Chapter 706. In the pure land of the Xuandu cave, purple rocks stood tall and the cliffs were smooth. Dragon grass grew, ginseng spat out auspicious energy, qilin lay alone under the green rocks, and silver chains hung down. Spiritual birds danced in the air, and the fragrance of old medicine filled the air. On this day, the 8 Visions Palace that had not appeared in the world for a long time suddenly appeared in the Taiqing sacred realm. The purple tiles flowed with light, and the ancient hall was hazy. It seemed to be located outside the 33rd level of heaven. An ordinary-looking, short, and ordinary man walked out. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows were somewhat similar to the dead Yin Tianji. He sighed softly and stood in front of the 8 Visions Palace in the Taiqing sacred realm, staring at the broken mountain outside the Xuandu cave. Tianji is dead. I've spoiled you rotten. You're arrogant and domineering. I knew that you would suffer a great loss sooner or later, but I didn't expect this to be a death parting. At this point, his eyes suddenly became sharp. The calmness from before was swept away, and like 2 divine lamps, they shot out 2 divine beams that were dozens of miles long. At the same time, a vast purple aura soared into the sky. He was enveloped by the endless purple aura, and like a saint, he was unfathomable. Tianji was wrong, but he's my brother after all. I can't let him die in vain. His words were calm, but it was quite shocking. It could be heard in the vast wilderness, and who knew how many miles it had traveled. On this day, the master of the 8 Visions Palace, Yin Tianda, appeared and only said one sentence. He wanted to kill a person, and a scroll appeared. That was all, but it shocked everyone. Yin Tianda was a mysterious and powerful young expert. 10 years ago, he had already defeated the various sect masters, and no one knew his background. In the same year, he entered the 8 Visions Palace that had been sealed for a long time and became the master of the Taiqing sacred realm, shocking the world. 2,000 years ago, an old Taoist riding an ox came through the starry sky, opened up the Xuandu cave, and built the 8 Visions Palace. This place became a divine land, and no one knew how powerful the person called Laozi was. In the end, he disappeared, leaving behind an empty mystic realm. Many people had tried to find him, but they all returned empty-handed. In the end, Yin Tianda, who had defeated the various sect masters, carried the fate of the world and entered the 8 Visions Palace. 10 years had passed, and people no longer knew how powerful this young man, who had risen like a legendary emperor, was. And now, he came out of seclusion and only said that he wanted to kill a person. This naturally attracted the attention of everyone. However, he didn't personally come out, and he went into closed-door cultivation once more. His cultivation had reached an extremely critical period, and he didn't want to waste a single moment. However, since he had already spoken like this, there would definitely be people who would act for him. His rise to power was unstoppable, and there were a few great powers who were on good terms with him. He didn't even need to act to accomplish all of this. Everyone knew that the young man in the painting was in danger. He would most likely be beheaded before Yin Tianda came out of seclusion. What a powerful aura! With a single word, the entire area trembled. Is it comparable to the power of a saint? Yi Fan sneered. It had been a month since the battle between the sages. The ancient ship had never returned, and only a piece of purple bronze stained with the blood of the sages fell to the ground. After that battle, the human race's great sage, Crazy Ol, never appeared again. Yi Fan looked up at the sky and sighed. He knew that it was a bloody ending. Crazy Ol didn't let a primordial ancestor king return. He used his blood to spill across the sky in exchange for the human race's peace. However, it was difficult for people to see him again. The death of the sages was like a song of sorrow. However, time could erase everything. Only a month had passed, and the land had calmed down again. During this month, Yi Fan walked the land to understand this world, and he also inquired about the 8 Visions Palace of the Xuandu Cave of the Taiqing Holy Land. He finally had a certain understanding. During this period, he also did his best to refine a dried-up divine source shell. He didn't want a disaster to happen in the future. A few years ago, after he entered the starry sky from the primordial altar of the Northern Dipper ancient region, he had brought out a dragon-headed corpse when he first encountered the purple bronze warship. Now that he thought about it, the primordial king was not dead at all. However, his life force was dried up beyond recognition, and he only had one last trace of life force left. This was a great disaster. Once he was given a chance and replenished with essence chi, he would most likely recover in the future. However, what made him feel slightly at ease was that the primordial king couldn't actively absorb life essence chi. As long as he suppressed it well, he shouldn't be able to revive. During this month, he cultivated while using the battle's sacred art to form a black hole. He swallowed the divine source shell and seized the last trace of life force within it. He wanted to make it impossible for the sage to revive. 10 years ago, Yin Tianda defeated all the sect masters and then obtained the inheritance of the 8 Visions Palace of the Taiching Holy Land. I wonder how powerful he is now. That person killed his brother. Did he have a death wish? He even dared to provoke the master of the Xuandu cave. I can't understand. Many people were discussing this matter in the Luzhou of the Ziwei Ancient Star region and expressed different opinions. Yi Fan hadn't been in the Ziwei Ancient Star region for long, but his appearance quickly spread throughout the continent. He didn't fight an illustrious battle, but he had become a famous figure. Of course, it wasn't some radiance. Many people felt that he was a dead man. Offending the Luzhou's pride of a generation in Tianda was almost equivalent to dying. How majestic! Yi Fan wasn't in a good mood. The old madman's blood dyed the sky. This was a predestined ending, and it was difficult for him to calm down. He had paid such a price for this ancient star. He had also put in some effort, but he didn't expect to have enmity with a powerful figure. The others also wanted to kill him. Of course, not many people had seen Yi Fan in that battle. Only some people from Tianyuan City had followed. They saw the might of the sage and paid attention to Yi Fan. He looks familiar. When the great sage of the human race fought against the primordial ancestor king, this young man took action and gave him the black gourd. It looks like him. He does look similar. A few sect masters in Tianyuan City were astonished. The person Yin Tianda wanted to kill had been drawn into a picture scroll and was almost the same as the young man they had seen that day. They had doubts, but they couldn't change anything. Most people in the other regions of Luzhou didn't know. They were all watching quietly. Yin Tianda has a few sworn brothers, and they're all extraordinary figures. One is the divine son of Taiyin Duanmu Ming, another is the 6th prince of the Golden Crow race of the Fusang Divine Tree Country, Luya, and another is Taoist Sankei from the ancient Taoist temple of the Underworld Ridge. These people are all extraordinary heroes. Since Yin Tianda is in seclusion and can't do anything, they'll most likely kill that young man on his behalf. People discussed in awe. The divine son of Taiyin Duanmu Ming, the 6th prince of the Golden Crow race Luya, and Taoist Sankei from the ancient Taoist temple of the Underworld Ridge were the elites of the Ziwei Ancient Star region. They lived in different continents and were famous all over the world. It's said that the 6th prince of the Golden Crow race Luya will pass by Luzhou. Do you think he'll stop just to kill that young man? Taoist Sankei from the ancient Taoist temple of the Underworld Ridge will also come. It's said that he'll be escorting half a page of the mysterious scripture to the Human King Hall to exchange for the other half page. Will he attack when he passes by Luzhou? Yi Fan couldn't help but frown when he heard all this. Just from the names of those people, he knew that they must have great backgrounds. The crown prince of the Golden Crow race lived on the Fusang Divine Tree. Could he be from the race in the ancient legends? He shook his head and felt that it was unlikely. The Underworld Ridge was an ancient Taoist temple. How extraordinary could the half-page of the scripture be to be protected like this? To exchange it with the Human King Hall, could it be an immortal scripture? Although Yi Fan frowned, he didn't feel any fear. He was already a divine lord-level figure and cultivated the ancient scripture. His body was unparalleled. There was no need for him to live like this. Even if I'm stranded in the Ziwei Ancient Star region of the legends, I won't let anyone bully me. This ancient source of life didn't have an extreme emperor weapon, but it was extremely prosperous. There were ancient techniques from various sects that had been passed down for a long time. If one wanted to temper themselves, it was truly a divine place. After becoming a divine lord-level figure, What they feared the most was the deterrence of emperor weapons. Now that there was no such supreme saint weapon hanging over their heads, he could go anywhere in the world with the Xing word formula. The Ziwei ancient star region had been passed down in the Middle Country for a long time. There were many legends about it. Yi Fan guessed that there must be an ancient path that connected the two places. He wanted to find it. At the same time, he also had a guess. The Big Dipper star region didn't lack extreme emperor weapons. It was most likely related to the disappearance of emperor weapons in the Ziwei ancient star region and even other ancient lands. The Big Dipper star region most likely has an unknown secret. Perhaps there is an ancient path that connects to that star region. Whether it was to return to his hometown or cross the Big Dipper star region, he might be able to find an ancient path on this ancient star. Celestial Wolf Mountain was an illustrious place. Since ancient times, 7 generations of celestial wolves had been born here. It was a holy land of the demon race. And now, the master of Celestial Wolf Mountain, the old wolf deity, was like the sun in the sky. He was unfathomable and had a great reputation in the Lu continent. On this day, he welcomed his 2800th birthday after taking human form. In the Lu continent, many great sects had come to offer their congratulations. There was no lack of sect masters among them. It was a rare occasion. Yi Fan also came. He gazed at the majestic Celestial Wolf Mountain in the distance. Green energy surged, and at the same time, it was incomparably magnificent. Many thousand zhang tall waterfalls cascaded down, and ancient divine trees grew between the cliffs. Upon closer inspection, this ancient mountain was like a divine wolf howling at the moon. It stretched across the front and possessed a strand of immortal divine power. The enormous cliffs and valleys were like the mouth of a wolf, swallowing and spitting out essence. Today, there were many people coming in and out of the ancient Celestial Wolf Mountain, and all of them came to offer their blessings to the old wolf god. They were all famous experts or rising stars of various races. Yi Fan ascended the heavenly stairway with the travel art. He ignored all kinds of ancient formations and passed through the danger zone step by step. He arrived in front of a grand villa. Even though he didn't have an invitation, the disciples of Celestial Wolf Mountain didn't dare to be neglectful because of this extreme art. They respectfully welcomed him inside. The old wolf deity who had taken human form for 2,800 years had already made it clear that as long as there was no invitation, cultivators with tyrannical strength who entered on their own must be treated as esteemed guests. There are people from the Human King Palace as well. The old wolf deity has quite the face. There are peak characters from the palace who have come to congratulate him. Wrong, this is just in passing. They came to welcome Taoist Sankei from the Underworld Ridge ancient Taoist temple in exchange for half a page of scripture. It's just an exchange of half a page of scripture, yet these two great divine lands mustered such great forces and treated it so seriously. Could it be half a page of immortal scripture? Right at this time, several dazzling and resplendent streaks of true flame streaked across the sky. Several youngsters in golden feathered clothes descended. All of them had long golden hair as if they were cast from divine gold. Golden flames curled up around them, and even their pupils were golden in color. At this time, many people arrived in the villa. It was extremely lively, and many of them were great characters who looked down on a region. There was no lack of top sect masters. There was even less of a need to talk about the younger generation. They were all heroes from various clans, but at this time, their expressions all changed. Many people carefully dodged out of fear of colliding with these youngsters from the Golden Crow race. These are the Golden Crow race's 6th Prince Lu Ya's people. He really came. Is he going to stop at Lu Zhou to help his sworn brother Yin Tianda take action? Everyone felt a tense atmosphere. Everyone knew that Lu Zhou most likely wouldn't be peaceful. Sush. A Golden Crow race youngster opened a painting scroll and said, "Did this person come?" He asked the person beside him in a loud voice. It was precisely Yi Fan's painting scroll. "I didn't see him," someone replied. They didn't want to meddle in this matter. "I knew he wouldn't dare come. Wherever the 6th prince goes, he can only retreat. Who dares face him head-on?" One of the Golden Crow race youngsters sneered arrogantly. Chapter 707. There were very few plants in the celestial wolf ancient mountain. Even if there were, they were only some ancient spiritual trees. This was an ancient stone mountain that swallowed the world's essence, gathered the essence of the divine moon, and absorbed the essence of the heavenly sun. In front of the villa, there were a few young men with long golden hair. All of them were tall and handsome, like golden men. Their golden pupils shot out the sun's true flames, flickering and threatening. The Golden Crow race was born with fire bodies. All of them were very powerful, and few people were willing to provoke them. They lived on the Fusang divine tree and swallowed the sun's essence. Each of them contained an incomparably tyrannical flame essence that could burn everything to ashes. However, this was the celestial wolf villa, so they didn't dare to be rude. They only stood outside and had to follow the rules if they wanted to enter. "Has the sixth prince arrived?" the sect master asked. Although he was from the older generation, he knew how powerful Luya was. "My master hasn't arrived yet. He has important matters to attend to, but the ninth prince will personally come to congratulate the old wolf god," a golden-haired young man replied. The Golden Crow race's 10 princes are all heaven-warping talents. Among them, Crown Prince Luya is the best. A sect master praised. In the present age, the Golden Crow race was incomparably powerful and flourishing to the extreme. Each of the 10 princes was more terrifying than the last, and some of them could even kill a divine lord. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was one thing since he had cultivated for more than 40 years. But even his brothers were the same. Although the laws of the world had changed greatly during the Age of Chaos and the experts were far less numerous than before, the Golden Crow race was not one of them. They ushered in an unbelievable golden age. One clan had 10 princes, each of them intimidating the world. Wherever they went, everyone avoided them. The old king of the Golden Crow race had many children, but only those who had reached the divine lord level were qualified to be called princes. This was enough to explain everything. In the past, having 2 or 3 princes was already very powerful, but now, there were 10 of them. Their flourishing momentum was evident. Yi Fan was listening in the distance. He was also astonished after hearing all of this. He felt that it was inconceivable and too surreal. A clan with 10 princes, no wonder even Lu Ya's subordinates came. Who would dare to provoke such an ancient race? "Is the 6th prince really going to help Yin Tianda?" a young man asked carefully. The master of the 8 Visions Temple is a heaven-bestowed talent. He could even sit and discuss the Tao with the old king of our tribe. He is a close friend of Crown Prince Luya, so it is only natural for him to help. A young man from the Golden Crow tribe replied. When Yin Tianda was mentioned, there wasn't a single person who wouldn't shiver in fear. He was deep and immeasurable, and no sect was willing to provoke him. Otherwise, with the Golden Crow race's power, how could they possibly become friends with him? The Heavenly Wolf Villa was carved out of mountain rocks and had a special charm to it. There were many people entering and exiting the place. It was incomparably grand and occupied a vast area. "When is the 9th prince coming?" the sect master asked. Many people wanted to establish good relations with the powerful Golden Crow clan. "My clan's 9th prince will probably arrive a bit later. He went to prepare a gift." Someone from the Golden Crow clan replied. "You're too polite. It's good enough that the 9th prince is here. There's no need for all this." One of the old wolf deity's disciples came out and said with a smile. He was very polite to these people and ordered people to lead them in. The inside of the villa was simple and unadorned, but it wasn't simple and crude. The stone palace was grand and imposing, and the stone hall was enormous. Many people had arrived a long time ago, and they were all outstanding experts of their own regions. It wasn't strange to encounter a sect master or a genius with astonishing aptitude here. Suddenly, a youngster from the Golden Crow race saw the nearby Yi Fan and frowned. With a schwa sound, he unfurled the picture scroll in his hands. Quite similar. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows are almost the same. However, he doesn't look that down and out. A golden-haired youngster was astonished. Doesn't he know that the 6th prince is going to pass by Luzhou? He might appear in the Heavenly Wolf Mountain, yet he still dares to come here? Another person's golden pupils released 2 streaks of golden radiance. These people quickly walked over, arriving in front of Yi Fan, who had always kept a low profile and was enjoying the scenery and drinking tea in the corner of the courtyard. They stared at him. "Who are you? What is your name?" a golden-pupiled youngster asked with a heavy voice. Yi Fan gave them a look and said, "I came here as a guest. Are you all the masters of this place? Are you interrogating a criminal?" "Pumph." A golden crow snorted. A layer of golden aura appeared on his face as he approached Shermu. He stared at Shermu with an unfriendly expression. Another slightly older golden crow stopped him and asked politely, "My friend, please forgive me. May I ask who you are?" "Yi Fan." Yi Fan put the teacup on the stone table and raised his head. His black hair scattered, revealing his true appearance. The young golden crows were so shocked that they all stepped back. "It's you. How dare you come here? How dare you? The 6th prince is going to pass by, but you didn't hide. Instead, you came here in person." The golden crows immediately cried out, attracting the attention of many people, who looked over in surprise. Yi Fan slapped away a golden crow who was pointing at him. The golden crow's bones were broken and golden blood splashed everywhere. It was a frightening scene. "I'm having tea here. How dare you come and disturb me? So noisy. Your 6th prince is passing by and you want me to leave? Who's the arrogant one?" Yi Fan asked calmly. The golden crows had already turned into humans. They were all quite powerful, but their expressions were unsightly. They turned around and left without saying a word. They could see that this person was terrifying and not someone they could fight against. Even though they had forbidden weapons specially prepared for him, they weren't sure if they could defeat him. "How can you just come and go as you please? Speak clearly." Yi Fan stood up. He took a step out, causing the entire garden to tremble. A barrier of light cut off their path. "Don't go too far," shouted a golden crow, but he was quickly pulled back by the other golden crows, who told him to keep quiet. Yi Fan laughed and said, "I'm going too far? Is it because your race is used to being domineering? You came to interrogate me for no reason and now you feel wronged?" At this moment, many people were alarmed. They all rushed to the garden and watched from afar. There were many young talents and sect masters among them. "What? He's the one who killed Yin Tianda's brother." "It's him, that's right. He looks like the portrait. He even dared to kill the 8 Visions Temple Master's brother. What's his background?" Everyone was surprised as they watched. Although the 8 Visions Temple Master hadn't come out in the past decade, he had been a force to be reckoned with. The Golden Crow tribe was incredibly powerful, yet the person in front of them dared to casually imprison them. With one look, it was clear that he was not someone who would be bullied. He must be extraordinary. People had a premonition that there would be a fierce battle in the future. The Lu continent might be in chaos because of this. Although Crown Prince Luya didn't come, didn't he say that the 9th prince of the Golden Crow tribe will come to congratulate him? A great battle is about to begin. This person doesn't look like someone who would suffer a loss. He won't take it lying down. There might really be a battle. Yi Fan stood there alone. The golden crows from the dragon transformation realm couldn't move at all. They had been in human form for decades and were not weak, but they were powerless to resist. "Friend, we may have offended you, but we didn't attack you. You shouldn't have done this at the old wolf deity's birthday banquet." A golden crow tried to calm himself down. "Is that so? You came here with the scroll because you wanted your master to get rid of me. What's the difference?" Yi Fan smiled indifferently. "How dare you? The 9th prince will be here soon. Crown Prince Luya will also pass by. You won't be able to escape." Another golden crow shouted. Yi Fan didn't bother to say anything. He stomped on the golden crow's face and landed on the ground. The golden crow's bones were broken. "Do you really want to stand against the Golden Crow clan and become a great enemy?" Another golden crow shouted. Bang. This time, Yi Fan was more straightforward. He slapped the golden crow's head into his chest. The golden crow's mouth was blocked, and his eyes were still exposed. "Whether you want to be enemies or not is your choice. It has nothing to do with me." Yi Fan sneered and said indifferently, "Don't use the Golden Crow tribe to pressure me. It's nothing. If the descendants of ancient emperors come to bully me, I will do the same. Everyone was shocked. They stared at the scene. They didn't think that Yi Fan would dare to say such words. Presently, everyone knew that the Golden Crow clan's 10th prince had flourished until now, and he'd created an unprecedented grand occasion. Coupled with the experts of the senior generation, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this time, a disciple of the old wolf deity came. He was close to 30 years old and wore a green robe. He said calmly, "Friend, please have mercy. Today is my master's birthday banquet. Don't cause trouble." This is the old wolf deity's last disciple. Rumor has it that his celestial wolf force has reached the level of perfection. Now, the younger generation of the celestial wolf mountain depends on him. In the future, he might be the successor of the celestial wolf bloodline. Many people were shocked. They didn't think that Lang Tianai would come and mediate in person. "Fine, I'm not someone who likes to cause trouble. Then I'll spare their lives," Yifan said. Then he quickly made his move. A ray of golden light shot into their bodies, and cracking sounds could be heard. "You crippled us? You are making the entire Golden Crow tribe your enemy. In the future, there will be no place for you in this world." The Golden Crows were going crazy. Having their cultivation crippled was worse than being killed. "I only took 10 years of your cultivation, not crippled. However, it seems that I was too lenient. You are used to being strong. Even now, you still dare to act like this." Yi Fan's face darkened. Everything happened too fast. Just now, no one could react. Even Lang Tianai couldn't stop it. Everyone saw the terrifying side of Yi Fan's cultivation. "Enough, friend. You have gone too far. Let's stop here." Lang Tiany's expression was ugly. "If you dare to say another word, I will kill you on the spot." "Get lost," Yi Fan said calmly. The young Golden Crow's faces were pale. They didn't dare to say another word. They all rushed out without looking back. They were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough. On this day, the cultivators of the Ziwei Ancient Star region remembered the name Yi Fan for the first time. Not only was he a picture scroll, but also his powerful methods. So his name is Yi Fan. He killed Yin Tianda's brother and didn't back down in the face of the powerful Golden Crow tribe. He crippled Lu Ya's subordinate on the spot. How extraordinary! This person's cultivation is terrifying. Where did he come from? Why haven't I heard of him before? Everyone in the Celestial Wolf Mountain Manor was discussing. They didn't know where he came from. An hour later, outside the Celestial Wolf Mountain range, more than 10 rays of golden light streaked across the sky. They were approaching quickly. It was a group of powerful Golden Crows. "Report, the 9th Prince of the Golden Crow tribe is here to congratulate us," a disciple of the Celestial Wolf tribe reported loudly. He seemed to be under great pressure. Even his voice was trembling. More than 10 people stood outside the Celestial Wolf Mountain range. Their golden hair fell over their shoulders. Their golden eyes were terrifying. They looked like golden gods. Many people came out to greet them. The Golden Crow tribe was too powerful. Even many sect masters wanted to curry favor with them. With 10 princes of the tribe, who could stop them in the future? Who crippled my clansmen? The 9th prince of the Golden Crow tribe strode over. His voice was cold but calm. Some young female cultivators, some stunning female disciples of various sects, and a few saintesses were all watching and whispering. Their beautiful eyes were shining. "Crown Prince Lu Ya is here too." At this moment, someone exclaimed. Chapter 708. The 10 princes of the Golden Crow clan were each stronger than the last. The strongest among them was the 6th, Lu Ya. Many sect masters had to bow down to him. This was a terrifying Golden Crow. He had torn apart a flood dragon and killed a sky peng when he was young. He was extremely talented and had killed more than a handful of sect masters. His hands were dripping with blood. He was extremely powerful and had 10 brothers. Who in the world would dare to provoke him? Otherwise, how could he become sworn brothers with Yin Tianda, Sankei, and the Taiyin godchild? They were the most terrifying people in the Ziwei galaxy in the future. His appearance startled many people. Even the living fossil was startled. The sect masters had to treat him as an equal even though he was still very young. Many female cultivators focused their gazes on him. Lu Ya still didn't have a Dao companion, and the old king of the Golden Crow clan was choosing one for him. Many geniuses from the ancient sects had their own thoughts. No, this is a clone of Lu Ya. His true body didn't come, one of the sect masters said. The ninth prince didn't mind that Lu Ya had stolen his limelight and attracted everyone's attention. He was already used to his sixth brother's talent. He had been like this since he was young. The two had similar figures and were both very handsome. Their long golden hair danced in the wind, flowing with golden light. Their golden eyes shot out sharp rays like swords. They walked side by side like two ancient golden holy spirits, majestic and intimidating. Golden energy pervaded the air and golden flames danced. Princes. Lang Tianai went forward to greet the Golden Crows. Even though he knew Lu Ya was a clone, he didn't dare to be impolite. Many great characters came out to greet the two princes. This was enough to show how powerful the clan was and how much people feared them. Many people from the younger generation came forward to greet them. They were very reserved in front of Lu Ya's clone. Which one of them is it? The ninth prince's long golden hair was burning like fire as he asked the crippled Golden Crow to identify him. He's not here, one of the cultivators who came to greet them whispered. How arrogant, the ninth prince said indifferently. Then he turned around and said to his clansmen, go and call him out. Today is the old wolf deity's birthday. I don't want to start a massacre in the manor and stain Celestial Wolf Mountain with blood. Everyone's hearts trembled. The ninth prince was extremely domineering and sharp. It was obvious that he was here to kill. He didn't want to say anything more. A few young ladies revealed looks of surprise. The Golden Crow race was too powerful. No wonder there were heavenly geniuses who were sent to the Golden Crow race for marriage. At the same time, everyone was shocked. Yi Fan was actually sitting calmly in the villa, not coming out at all. Even when the two crown princes came, he still treated them calmly. The crippled Golden Crows were gritting their teeth. They looked completely different from when they had been driven away. They strode into the villa with their heads held high, sneering. Yi, you're really patient. You're still drinking tea here. When they entered the courtyard, they saw Yi Fan again. He was filled with hatred, and his voice rose an octave as he shouted. Our ninth prince is here, and so is Crown Prince Lu Ya's incarnation. You dare to oppose the Golden Crow race? Yi Fan glanced at them and only spat out one word, scram. He waved his hand impatiently as if he was shooing away flies. He didn't want to look at them anymore. Our ninth prince wants you to go out and see him. A Golden Crow sneered. Have you forgotten the lesson just now? Yi Fan suddenly raised his head, cutting him off. A large golden hand waved out, and a few resounding slaps rang out. Several mouths full of teeth flew out, all of them flying out. The force was so great that they flew over many courtyards and landed outside the manor. They rolled around like dead fish, exhaling more than they inhaled. Everyone in front of the Celestial Wolf Mountain Manor was shocked. This was really not giving the ninth prince any face. The messenger who went in was thrown out like a dead dog. The ninth prince's expression was unsightly. He said coldly, "What arrogance! Do you want me to go in and start a massacre? Your Highness, it's my master's birthday today. Please calm down." Lang Tianai tried to mediate. He naturally didn't want any trouble. Old Wolf's divine arts are profound, so I don't want to ruin his birthday. It's just that this person doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If I don't kill him, the Golden Crow ancestor will blame me. The ninth prince said. What if I miss today? Lang Tianai said. You should ask someone to call him out. Just say that I want to see him. There's no use in hiding in the manor. The ninth prince said. Not long after, a disciple from the Celestial Wolf Mountain Manor came to see Yi Fan. Some cultivators who came to offer their blessings also came in, wanting to see if Yi Fan would still be so domineering this time. You want me to see him? What ninth prince? I've never heard of him. If he wants to see me, tell him to come here himself. Yi Fan refused. Everyone was astonished. He didn't even put the ninth prince in his eyes and said that he had never heard of him. This was clearly a domineering lord, and there would definitely be a fight. An expert from the Golden Crow race also came in, but his expression changed after hearing this. What about you? Yi Fan glanced sideways. You're just used to being domineering. Do you think you're the great sage who commands the world? If you're not, then disappear immediately. This cultivator was here to find out the truth. He felt that Yi Fan was very powerful, so he turned around and left without saying anything else. Bang! The ninth prince stepped on the ground after hearing this and entered the celestial Wolf Mountain Manor step by step. His expression was cold as golden energy revolved around his body. He stopped some distance away from the courtyard. His golden eyes shot out two beams of divine light that were hundreds of meters long and disappeared into the void. Yi Fan. What do you want? Yi Fan sat firmly on the stone chair with a teacup in his hand. You're quite arrogant. I've come in person, but you're still like this. The ninth prince's expression was cold as he stepped into the courtyard. You're the one who thinks too highly of yourself. You want me to meet you? Who do you think you are? Yi Fan said calmly. The ninth prince glared at him with a demonic power. His eyes were incomparably sharp as he said, I hope your strength matches your words. You won't disappoint me. Whether or not you're disappointed has nothing to do with me. Not to mention you, even if your old father, the Golden Crow, came, I still wouldn't pay my respects. Stop putting on the airs of a crown prince. I don't know you. Yi Fan was quite domineering. The ninth prince's eyes were frightening as he walked forward with large steps. He looked down at Yi Fan with a murderous expression. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan was clearly not afraid of the Golden Crow tribe. He didn't even get up when the ninth prince was here. At this time, Wuxia finally spoke for the first time. He pulled the ninth prince back and said, I admire you a bit now. You admire me, but you're here to help Yin Tian to kill me. He hasn't even come out of seclusion yet you're so proactive. Yi Fan sneered. I do want to befriend you, but you killed Yin Tian's brother. What a pity. Wuxia shook his head. What does that have to do with you? Your tribe thinks too highly of itself. Do you really think you can rule over everything? Yi Fan said. Sixth brother, what are you talking about? He crippled my clansman and has long since become an enemy of the Golden Crow tribe. Send him on his way. The ninth prince said coldly. Everyone, please calm down. Let's not fight today, Lang Tianai said with an ugly expression. Let's go outside and fight. Don't ruin Senior Wolf God's birthday celebration, Wuxia said calmly. Let's go and find a place for you to be buried. A few feet of soil should be enough, the ninth prince said with a cold glint flashing in his teeth. You are just a golden crow. Don't think of yourself as an ancient saint. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Who in the world would dare to talk about the Golden Crow tribe like this? Everyone was shocked. Just what was the background of this cultivator named Yi Fan? Outside the Heavenly Wolf Mountain Manor, Yi Fan faced the dozen or so golden crows by himself. His expression was calm and he did not seem nervous at all. Ninth Prince, take revenge for us. You must kill this arrogant brat and restore our prestige. One of the people crippled by Yi Fan said while gritting his teeth. Fine, I'll cripple him too and take revenge for you. Then I'll end his life. The ninth prince said. Pluff, pluff. Yi Fan opened his palm and shot out several beams of golden light that pierced through their foreheads. He killed them right in front of the Golden Crow Prince. You? How dare you? The ninth prince shouted. Everyone was astonished. This was an undisguised humiliation. Killing these people from the Golden Crow race in front of the ninth prince was like injuring his face. The Golden Crow tribe has produced 10 princes, all of them extremely talented. We're finally going to see them take action. The celestial wolf howling moon stage was a broken mountain that seemed to have been cut in half by an axe. Its surface was wide and flat, reinforced by Dao runes. It was a martial arena left behind from ancient times. You don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. I'll bury you in a 3-foot pit to bury your remains. The ninth prince felt extremely humiliated and immediately sent a slap towards Yi Fan's right cheek. He wanted to slap Yi Fan's face with his golden crow body's extreme speed and power. Bam! Yi Fan met the attack with his golden palm. A loud sound rang out as golden blood splattered everywhere. The ninth prince's palm was shattered into pieces. He let out a long roar and regenerated his broken palm. He turned into a beam of golden light and rushed out, leaving behind a pool of golden blood. The crowd was astonished. The Golden Crow tribe's body was so powerful, yet he was already at a disadvantage in just one exchange. Just how terrifying was this person's constitution? The battle between the ninth prince and Yi Fan erupted. The battle immediately reached its climax. The scene was astonishing, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The true flames of the sun devoured the heavens, stirring up the essence of the sun. Golden sacred flames poured down in torrents, turning into a boundless sea of flames that overturned the world. The ninth prince no longer dared to use his body to fight at close range. He used his magical power to suppress the enemy. However, Yi Fan was not afraid at all. He shot out a strand of black sacred power that extinguished the true sun flame. The temperature plummeted. Extreme unholy power. This was the extreme unholy power he had produced while cultivating the extreme yin and extreme yang ancient scriptures. Its divine might was powerful enough to extinguish the true sun flame. Suddenly, an expanse of dazzling golden light flew out. 81 great golden banners fluttered about. They were cast from resplendent divine gold, and even the surface of the banners was golden in color. There were divine golden crows on them, lining up in the void, trapping Yi Fan within. Lu Ya's golden crow banner. The crowd was astonished. This was a bloody legend. In the past, Lu Ya had used these banners to trap 5 supreme sect masters at the same time. He refined all of them and killed them within, dyeing the skies red with blood. Today, he gave this banner to the ninth prince and used it during the battle. He immediately sealed Yi Fan within. Everyone sighed inwardly. This was the Golden Crow tribe's treasured banner and simply could not be broken. It contained the Golden Crow divine formation within. No matter how powerful Yi Fan was, could he compare to 5 supreme sect masters? He would undoubtedly die. You dare to oppose my Golden Crow tribe? The ninth prince stood outside the banner with his hands behind his back. His long golden hair danced in the wind as he sneered. Even a living fossil couldn't escape after being trapped within the Golden Crow divine formation. Of course, he was arrogant and disdainful, treating Yi Fan as a dead man. However, things often went beyond one's expectations. Yi Fan used the line formula and rushed out without any delay. Once the line formula was completed, he could go as high as the 9 heavens and as deep as the underworld. Nothing could stop him. Yi Fan watched the young madman use it and found that it even touched upon the domain of time. He was greatly enlightened and his understanding deepened. Boom! 6 Tao Reincarnation Fist. The saint physique was used, its aura devouring the mountains and rivers as it advanced courageously. No one in the world could compare to it. This was simply a fist technique created for Yi Fan. It seemed to possess the power to open up the 6 Taos. It was peerless in this world and could shatter the heavens. The ninth prince turned into a streak of golden light to evade, but he still let out a loud cry. Half of his body was blasted apart with golden blood splashing everywhere. His severed body flew out in a miserable manner. Everyone was astonished and almost became lifeless. This was one of the Golden Crow 10th princes who could kill a saint lord. His name was renowned throughout the world, yet he had fallen to such a state. At this moment, everyone woke up with a start. They felt that they had gravely underestimated this cultivator of unknown origins. This person named Yi Fan's battle today was destined to shake the entire Lu continent. Only a few sect masters from Heaven's origin city knew that he was extraordinary. They knew that Yi Fan and the old madman were old acquaintances, but they never said anything. The ninth prince roared furiously. He couldn't accept this result. Not even the Golden Crow treasured banner divine formation could stop the enemy as if he was walking on flat ground. This was simply too inconceivable. Yi Fan soared into the sky and chased after the ninth prince with the travel seal. He was about to catch up to the ninth prince and raise his fist to attack. Lu Ya finally took action. Although he was only an incarnation, he could use great divine abilities. He took out a golden ancestral crow feather and rushed over to pull the 9th prince away. "Sixth brother, what are you running for? Apart from Yin Tianda, you're unrivaled in the younger generation. You killed 5 sect masters in a single day. Kill anyone who dares to contend with you." The 9th prince shouted, "My true body hasn't arrived yet and my incarnation doesn't even have 20% of its power. Let's leave this place first," said Luya. The Golden Crow treasured banner's failure to trap and kill the enemy had exceeded his expectations. "I'm not resigned to this. I actually have to flee in defeat." The 9th prince spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Yi Fan stood in the void and didn't give chase. He took out a treasured bow with a sneer on his face and began to draw it into a full moon. This was the Myriad Slayer's bow. Everyone was shocked as they stared at the sky. Chapter 709. Not a single blade of grass grew on the moon-howling platform. It was a gigantic broken mountain that was tens of thousands of meters tall and was incomparably flat. At this moment, it was dyed with golden blood, as well as dismembered corpses. Feathers filled the air, fluttering in the wind. Yi Fan wielded the Myriad Slayer's bow in his hands, forming it into the shape of a full moon. An intense killing intent radiated from him, shooting straight up into the clouds. The people from the Golden Crow race tried to block him, but they were all killed. "Yi Fan, do you want to become eternal enemies with my Golden Crow race?" An old Golden Crow roared. He was a character at the peak of the first layer of Immortal Foundation and was only half a step away from becoming a supreme existence. Yi Fan didn't say anything to this. Just like before, he shot his bow into the sky, using the essence of heaven and earth to form a divine arrow that was tens of miles long. Woo woo, the divine arrow let out a devilish sound. The light it emitted was so intense that everyone had to close their eyes, unable to look straight at it. It was like the convergence of 100,000 stars, eternally illuminating the universe. Poof! A beam of blood flew up. The old Golden Crow screamed as he was instantly pierced through. There was no way for him to evade or hide. His corpse was split into over 10 pieces by the arrow, his Golden Crow blood dripping down from the sky. Bang! The celestial wolf howling moon platform was once again covered in golden bloodstains and chunks of corpses. It was a ghastly sight. This was already the 5th Golden Crow he had killed. "Surnamed Yi, you dare to become enemies with my Golden Crow race? You will be hunted down by the 10 crown princes and turned into ashes forever." Another person screamed before he died. Poof! His body was pierced through by the divine arrow. His corpse split apart and fell to the ground, dripping with blood. From afar, the hearts of the spectators pounded. Yi Fan didn't hold back at all. He attacked mercilessly like he was shooting condors. He basically didn't treat them as the most terrifying race. On the other side, the 9th Crown Prince and Luya also couldn't escape. They encountered great trouble and were being chased by a total of 108 divine arrows. Arrows filled the sky, and every single one of them was more than 10 miles long, completely shattering the sky. They never stopped, and if they didn't hit their target, they would continue flying for a long time, and it would be difficult for them to exhaust their essence energy. This was the 10,000 Deaths Bow, an extremely terrifying secret weapon. Now that Yi Fan was on par with a holy lord, the power he could display was many times stronger than before, and his ability to kill enemies was even sharper. Half of the 9th Prince's body had been broken by Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist. His body had grown back, but his vitality was greatly damaged. The 10,000 Slayers' bow shot out 100 arrows at the same time, throwing the world into chaos. More than 100 sword lights that were more than 10 kilometers long wove together to form golden laws that surrounded him, making it impossible for him to escape. "Ah!" The 9th Golden Crow Prince cried out as he was pierced a second time. One of his arms was shattered and turned into a bloody pulp. The shattered bones fell to the ground, creating a tragic sight. Damn it! His hair flew about chaotically. Ever since he was born, he had never suffered such a great loss before. Lu Ya's expression was also solemn. After all, this was only an incarnation. He let out a long roar and personally took out the Golden Crow treasured banners. 81 golden banners fluttered in the wind, blotting out the sky. The treasured banners fluttered as golden divine light flooded the void, turning into 81 doors that closed off the area and blocked the divine arrows. A part of the unfettered sky was formed. "Use the true fire of the sun to burn everything," Luya shouted. The 9th Golden Crow Prince did as he was told. He merged the Tao and refined the flames, entering the extreme void. The true fire of the sun shone in all directions, burning everything. The 81 golden banners fluttered in the air like pillars that supported the heavens. They stuck to the 81 golden clouds that opened the sky and crushed everything. The hundreds of divine arrows were blocked outside, unable to enter. It could be said that this sect's treasured banners were extremely terrifying. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill 5 peerless sect masters at the same time in the past. "Break the void and bind my hands and feet." Yi Fan ascended to the sky in a single step. His comprehension of the Rho formula deepened and his speed increased. The 81 banners couldn't stop him, so he charged in alone to kill the 2 princes. His murderous intent caused the sky to tremble. "Go!" Lu Ya's expression changed. This wasn't a solution at all. Temporarily breaking the void was like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. The enemy would be able to pass through the banners as if there was no one there. This was a competition of speed. The 2 golden crows possessed extreme speed that almost no one in the world could catch up to. This was the advantage of their race. Strictly speaking, only the Tianping race could compare, transcending the mortal world. However, today, Yi Fan quickly closed the distance, cutting off their path in the blink of an eye. What kind of speed is this? The 2 princes weren't the only ones shocked. The other sect masters were also shocked. He had reached the sky in 1 step and caught up to a golden crow in 3. "I'll go fight him. My true strength isn't necessarily weaker than his." The 9th Golden Crow Prince's expression was sinister. He didn't want to be killed by the arrows, so he turned back to fight to the death. "I don't have time to waste with you right now." Yi Fan stood in the sky and shot with the myriad slayer's bow. The more than 100 divine arrows from before also rushed over, turning into a sky-shocking rainbow. 5 colors rushed into the sky, dazzling and dazzling, as if stars were streaking across the cosmos. "Ah!" The 9th Golden Crow Prince screamed and used his shocking power to crush the 90 divine arrows into powder. He then rushed over. However, his body had been hit by more than 10 arrows during this process and was almost destroyed. He forcefully used his golden crow blood to stick to his body and prevent it from shattering. Surnamed Yi, the 9th Golden Crow Prince was covered in blood. There were more than 10 large holes on his body, making him look somewhat horrifying. He rushed over in a desperate attempt to drag his enemy down with him. Although his vitality was greatly injured, he was still able to forcefully increase his ancestral crow essence energy. This was quite terrifying and gave him unparalleled combat strength. A golden crow flapped its wings in the sky and turned into a giant bird to fight fiercely against Yi Fan. Feathers flew everywhere and golden blood splashed everywhere. Everyone was astonished. The 9th Golden Crow Prince was indeed powerful enough to kill a sacred lord. He was still so brave and powerful despite being so heavily injured. "Let's end this. I'll send you on your way." Yi Fan roared after a period of intense battle. His entire body seemed to be cast from divine gold and was sparkling inch by inch. He emitted boundless radiance and condensed all the divine arrows in the sky into a golden spear that pierced through the clouds. He swooped down from the boundless sky with the golden spear in his hands. Compared to the golden spear, he seemed rather insignificant. However, he possessed a mountain-devouring might as his black hair danced in the wind. The golden spear pierced through the head of the golden crow as if it was hitting mud. It didn't even penetrate the crown of its head. "Ah!" The 9th Golden Crow Prince let out a final scream. His enormous corpse was pierced through by a giant spear and rapidly fell down to the moon-howling heavenly wolf platform below. Blood dyed the vast sky as golden feathers danced in the air. Corpses were strewn everywhere, one of the successors of the Golden Crow race, on Mount Suicide Celestial Wolf. Experts and lords from all directions were all shocked. one of the Golden Crow race's crown princes, had been killed in such a straightforward and cruel manner. Dead, a famous and intimidating crown prince has died just like that. There was no one who wasn't shocked. This would inevitably incur the wrath of the Golden Crow race. This was a crime that couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the 4 oceans. Everyone stared at Yi Fan. He really dared to attack. Just where did this mysterious man come from? He dared to swing his blade at the Golden Crow race's crown prince and mercilessly kill him. Just what kind of background did he have? The Celestial Wolf Mountain was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Fan. The up-and-coming youngsters and geniuses couldn't remain calm. What is Crown Prince Luya doing? People were astonished to see a golden crow covered in burning blood roaring at the sky. He forcefully inserted the 81 golden flags into his body. During the process of his younger brother being killed, his eyes were cold. He didn't stop it at all and forcefully melted a golden feather to strengthen his divine power. A divine feather from an ancient great sage of the Golden Crow race and a strand of holy power have been refined into his body. Those 81 golden flags have been refined into his body like feathers. Luya let out a long roar and soared into the sky, pouncing towards Yi Fan. There was no point in trying to escape. His opponent was too fast. Yi Fan, I will fight you with 20% of my strength. His voice was like thunder, resounding in the sky and causing the entire Celestial Wolf Mountain range to tremble and rumble. Luya spread his wings and soared 3,000 miles into the sky. His golden body seemed to be cast from gold as he looked down on the world, causing many sect masters to feel a chill in their hearts. So this is Luya. The 10 princes of the Golden Crow school were all dragons and phoenixes among men, kings of monsters who could kill divine lords. Among them, the 6th was the best and was known as the #1 of the monster race in the future. Right now, he was an incarnation, facing the enemy with 20% of his strength, yet he was already comparable to a sect master, truly horrifying to the extreme. Divine feathers filled the skies. The 81 golden flags were refined into his body and became a part of him. The myriad death's bow's arrows couldn't pierce through. This was an intense battle. Luya's incarnation couldn't be judged with common sense. Everything he used was an ancient divine ability. 10 suns appear. 10 suns rose into the sky and a savage land appeared behind him. Tens of thousands of beasts ran and giant mountains swayed. The 10 suns covered the sky and burned everything. Human King Seal. Yi Fan turned into the lord of the human race and stood between heaven and earth. This was a battle between the human race and the Golden Crow race. A giant hand slapped down and smashed down the 10 suns, shattering the savage ancient land. Fiery light fluttered about, drowning out the sky, burning the world until it was a fiery red expanse. It was like a great furnace, and everything was shattered. Mulberry World. Luya shouted again. An ancient golden tree surrounded by primal chaos shone and broke through the sky, opening up a small world. Endless golden light shone and a giant undying tree grew. Countless golden leaves shook down tens of thousands of divine splendor, suppressing Yi Fan. Beyond the sword, hanging mulberry bough. Yi Fan roared. A golden divine sword shot out from between his brows and slashed through this small world. His aura surged and reached beyond the sky. The myriad death's bow in his hand turned into a surging brilliance and was used as a weapon. It struck the ancient mulberry tree and produced a loud sound. Tens of thousands of golden leaves were thrown into disorder. The two fought. Luya's methods were endless. They were all ancient secret techniques that shocked the world. Demon God devour the heavens. A demon god appeared behind him and towered between heaven and earth. A single hand covered the sky and pressed down on Celestial Wolf Mountain. Ancient One Chi into the azure sky. He turned into the azure sky and looked down on the earth, wanting to refine Yi Fan. Luya's methods were endless. All kinds of shocking ancient techniques were used. Unfortunately, he was still an incarnation and was destroyed by Yi Fan. Ah! Luya screamed. He had used up too much magic power. The 81 golden flags on his body began to fall off, causing a large amount of blood to bloom. It's time to end this. Yi Fan shouted. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This matchless fist technique smashed out, its aura devouring the mountains and rivers, suppressing the heaven and earth. Yi Fan rushed over like a demon god, destroying everything in his path. Luya screamed in pain. The lower half of his body disappeared, broken in half. Golden blood splattered everywhere. Yi Fan roared. He took a step into the sky and tore the remaining half of Lu Ya's body into 2. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 710. A beam of golden light shot up as a primordial spirit flew out. It turned into a small golden crow and flapped its wings towards the sky. Yi Fan reached out with his right hand like a soaring dragon and grabbed down. The golden primordial spirit struggled but was immediately destroyed. It turned into a mist and dissipated in the air. In the distant northern sea, Lu Ya's true body shook. 2 sharp beams shot out from his eyes as he gazed at Lu Zhou. Who killed my avatar? Waves surged in the black ocean with all kinds of powerful ancient beasts roaming about. This place was far more dangerous than the land, and there was no lack of ancient heavenly demons. Even the immortal divine medicine disappeared after the disappearance of the great emperor. Now, the only legendary immortal tree has appeared. This matter is urgent, I'll deal with the karma later. Lu Ya's true body flashed and disappeared into the depths of the northern sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. 81 golden banners fell from the sky on the moon-howling platform. Sparks flew in all directions as they hit the ground. Each of them was dazzling and dazzling. Lu Ya's avatar was torn apart by Yi Fan, but these treasured banners were still intact. One could tell at a glance that they were divine objects. Otherwise, the blood of the 5 sect masters wouldn't have been splashed on these banners back then. The golden banners of the Golden Crow tribe. Many people's eyes turned red and wanted nothing more than to rush over and snatch them. In the past, Lu Ya swept through all the regions with this banner and was invincible. Many people in Lu Zhou were apprehensive. Each banner had a golden crow embroidered on it. The luster was brilliant and vivid. It had been passed down from ancient times until now and had never been destroyed. This was enough to prove how extraordinary these banners were. But now, although people were tempted, no one dared to snatch them. This was because it was a hot potato that would bring disaster to whoever obtained it. Not to mention the unfathomable strength of Yi Fan, who had killed 2 golden crow princes. No one dared to act rashly. Just thinking about it made people not dare to act recklessly. If the Golden Crow race were to denounce them, it would be a huge problem, and they would most likely get into trouble. The broken platform was completely silent. People knew that this time, the sky had been pierced. This young man named Yi Fan had stirred up a monstrous storm. In this battle, 2 of the Golden Crow crown princes were beheaded, and more than a dozen Golden Crow experts were killed with a single arrow. This was a great earthquake that would cause a huge uproar. The Golden Crow clan was extremely powerful. Now that the 9th crown prince had been killed, how could his elder brothers agree to it? It was as if people could already imagine the chaos that would ensue when the 9 crows appeared. Moreover, who was the old Golden Crow of this race? He was a ruthless fellow who dared to snatch the goddess of the human king palace when he was young. Now, no one knew how terrifying he was. The Golden Crow clan has as many experts as there are clouds in the sky, and top-notch experts are emerging in large numbers. There will be great chaos. Everyone realized that this young man named Yi Fan was going to stir up a storm and become the focus of everyone's attention. There was no lack of successors of great sects and clans in the area, as well as Heaven's Chosen. When they looked at Yi Fan, strange expressions could be seen on their faces. This was someone who dared to attack the Golden Crow God dynasty, which made it difficult for them to remain calm. This battle shook the Heavenly Wolf Villa, and the cultivators of Lu Island were greatly alarmed. The name Yi Fan had shaken the world with this battle, and everyone knew of him. The old wolf deity couldn't sit still anymore. He walked out from an ancient palace and appeared together with a few old cultivators with frightening identities. They personally arrived at the scene. Everyone cried out in alarm. They recognized a few elders among them. One of them was the Human King Palace's Vice Palace Lord, and he was already 3,100 years old. Even though they didn't recognize the others, They could imagine that their identities were definitely astonishing. They were all world-shaking figures of this level. Otherwise, why would they be walking together? The Golden Crow clan has lost 2 princes. The old wolf deity was stupefied. He never thought that the matter would become so big. Everyone knew that the matter had reached an irremediable state, and that the Golden Crow clan would definitely be furious. However, the person involved didn't care at all. He descended onto the enormous rooftop and put away the 81 golden banners to carefully observe them. Flickering golden light flew out, illuminating Yi Fan's entire body in a sparkling and translucent manner. The great banners fluttered in the wind and released a type of desolate aura. The golden crow on top of the banners wanted to fly out. Yi Fan was astonished. This truly was a treasure. No wonder it could trap and kill 5 sect masters. If he didn't have the rose symbol art, he would most likely be nursing a grievance even if he was sealed within the banners. This Tao friend. The old wolf deity deliberated over his words. He spoke with the tone of someone from the same generation, but he didn't know what to say. After Yi Fan displayed this type of strength, the people here naturally didn't want to offend him. The Golden Crow clan would naturally take action, and the others didn't want to get involved in this mess. In the end, everyone returned to the Heavenly Wolf Villa. The birthday feast began, and many people sized up Yi Fan from time to time. They all felt that it was rather strange, but few people dared to sit together with him. Everyone knew that this wasn't a flash in the pan, but rather the rise of a generation's pride. If he could resist the Golden Crow clan, then his future accomplishments would be limitless. Would he be the second In Tienda, or would he die an early death? This was the question in everyone's hearts. Brother, you've provoked a great disaster, yet you're still so calm. Truly admirable. Finally, a young man dressed in moon-white clothes walked over. He was rather handsome. Sitting together with me, aren't you scared of the Golden Crow clan's people blaming you? Yi Fan said with a smile. This was a man with an extremely enchanting smile. He was quite attractive to young ladies with a mouthful of snow-white teeth and a scholarly bearing. He had quite the temperament. Quite a few people looked over, especially a few females. They were whispering to each other, discussing something in low voices. Even if I fought a decisive battle with you right now, the Golden Crow clan wouldn't have any good impressions of me. His white clothes were like a painting, and his complexion was like jade. His smile was extremely charming. Oh, why is that? Because this one is a refined person. I've traveled together with the Golden Crow clan's little princess for a period of time. They really want to skin me alive. Yi Fan laughed. This distinguished and elegant white-clothed man had quite the personality and confidence after all. This one is Yen Ishi. The white-clothed man introduced himself and said, "In all honesty, I really haven't done anything to let the Golden Crow clan down." He's the famous Yen Ishi. Passing through 10,000 flowers, not a single leaf stains his body. That's him, young Master Ishi. Living in the secular world with 6 desires, cultivating a heartless heart. Yi Fan was shocked. Yen Ishi wasn't simple at all. He could tell a thing or two from the people's discussions. He lived alone in the secular world and cultivated an unshakable Tao heart. This person was very powerful. Lu Ya and Daoist Senkei had once pursued him for 80,000 li, but he still managed to escape. He was a genius of the younger generation with unfathomable strength. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard those discussions. He said, "What have you done to make people so angry?" "I'm a person who likes all beautiful things, especially beautiful women. I think they're the most beautiful scenery in the world. I always look at them with an appreciative gaze, but I'm never understood." Yen Ishi sighed. Wasn't he just a perverted thief? Yi Fan silently cursed. No wonder he was chased by Lu Ya and traveled with the little princess of the Golden Crow clan. Anyone would be worried about such a scoundrel. Don't judge my flawless Tao heart with your impure eyes. The heavens and earth can testify that I've never let a woman down, Yen Ishi said. Yi Fan understood from the whispers of the bystanders that this person wasn't a despicable person. Although the people he befriended were all beauties, he didn't act recklessly. He talked about love and scenery with great elegance. Passing through 10,000 flowers, Not a single leaf stains his body. Dao was emotionless. He occasionally had romantic affairs and tempered his heart in the secular world with 6 desires, all for the sake of seeking Dao. In any case, this was an extraordinary genius. He befriended all the beauties in the world and was very popular among the ladies. Of course, there were also those who were hurt by his love and those who hated him to the bone, resulting in many incidents. Brother Yi, you've killed the 9th prince of the Golden Crow clan. Aren't you afraid of impending disaster? The Golden Crow clan is powerful enough to look down on the world. Yan Ishi smiled. Even someone like you who had an affair with the little princess of the Golden Crow clan survived. My luck can't be that bad, right? Yi Fan smiled. The relationship between me and the princess is very pure. Yes, pure like ice and snow. Once it comes into contact with fire, it melts into muddy water. Tell this to Luya. Although they had just met, Yi Fan didn't have a bad impression of him, so he didn't hold back when speaking. Sai, in this world, people who appreciate beautiful things are always misunderstood. Is this the sorrow of this era or my helplessness? Yan Ishi said. There's a kind of thief in this world who's given the title of flower picker. You'll appreciate each other and won't lack a soulmate. A true scholar is naturally romantic, but he's not despicable. Don't compare me with those unskilled people, Yan Ishi retorted in all seriousness. In the distance, many people revealed strange expressions and began to discuss softly. The 2 of them sitting together was very surprising. Brother Yi, did you come to the Celestial Wolf Manor for that page of the Divine Spirit ancient scripture? Yan Ishi raised his cup and asked softly. What? Yi Fan was shocked. You really came at the right time. Yan Ishi was surprised and then mumbled, the Golden Crow 9th prince is really unlucky. How did he meet you? The Divine Spirit ancient scripture? What's going on? Yi Fan asked. It said that Taoist Sang brought half a page of the scripture and exchanged it with the human King Hall's page to comprehend the great Tao together. In the Underworld Ridge, there was an ancient Taoist temple called Longevity. Its inheritance was so ancient that no one could find its origin. There were only a few people in each generation, but they were extremely powerful and no one dared to provoke them. It was said that they hid half a page of the ancient scripture. It was extremely mysterious and contained supreme Tao laws. The human King Hall also had half a page. It was said that the 2 could be combined to possess the profound meaning of immortality. Who didn't want to achieve immortality? But since ancient times, who could achieve it? Even ancient emperors had to die. This mysterious ancient scripture naturally attracted everyone's attention and was coveted by everyone. If it wasn't for the fact that the Longevity ancient Taoist temple and the human King Hall had existed since ancient times and were too terrifying, they would have long been snatched away. Now that the remnant pages were combined, it naturally attracted the attention of the world. The deputy hall master of the human King Hall passed by here. I wonder how many pairs of eyes are watching, Yan Ishi said. Could it really be half a page of the immortal scripture? Yi Fan touched his chin and looked at the ancient heavenly wolf watchtower. How about it? Are you tempted? We can go take a look. I believe it will be very lively, Yan Ishi said with a smile. Ask me to come along. Aren't you afraid of encountering people from the Golden Crow race? At that time, you will be in big trouble with me. It's precisely because you attract more hatred that I want to travel with you. If we really encounter them, they will definitely abandon me to hunt you down. Yan Ishi smiled. Her smile was like the glow of divine jade, causing the girls at the neighboring table to be somewhat stunned. You perverted thief! Yi Fan cursed. The Meteor River was hundreds of thousands of li long. It was very famous in Luzhou. Legend has it that many ancient stars had fallen into it. The river water contained the power of stars, and every night, it would glisten brightly. It was a full moon night. Yi Fan and Yan Ishi sat on a small boat, facing the moon and drinking wine. It had already been several days since they left the Heavenly Wolf Manor. It seems like we didn't go in the wrong direction. We are on this meteor river. Look, some powerful cultivators are roaming about, Yan Ishi said. Suddenly, flower petals floated down from the sky. They were sparkling and translucent, exceptionally beautiful under the illumination of the moonlight. Their fragrance assailed the nostrils. A jade carriage like the divine moon flew across the sky. It was enveloped by the sparkling and translucent rain of flower petals. The immortal chi was dense, and under the bright moon, it was incomparably dreamy. Yen Ishi raised her head and looked over with a strange expression. It was as if she was looking at the world's most beautiful treasure. "What's wrong? Who is that?" Yi Fan asked. "That is the most beautiful woman in the Ziwei Ancient Star region. There is no one else like her. She is the present world's #1 beauty, as well as your great enemy. She is the future Tao companion of Yin Tianda, who can suppress all the sect masters in the world until they can't breathe." Chapter 7:11. Under the moonlit night, the river was calm and sparkling. Flower petals danced in the air, sparkling and translucent under the moonlight. A sweet fragrance wafted into one's nose, making one's pores relax. The divine moon carriage flew across the sky, surrounded by the rain of flowers. It shone brilliantly like the moon palace under the moonlight. It was otherworldly and magnificent. Jianghu was a woman like goddess Luo. She was the #1 beauty of the Ziwei Ancient Star region. Even some of the most beautiful women would feel ashamed of themselves before her. Every time she went out, she would cause a commotion. Without exception, everyone who saw her would be shocked. She was suspected to be the reincarnation of the goddess of the 9 heavens. Even living fossils would be tempted. There were no beautiful descriptions of this woman, nor were there any paintings of her. However, her beauty was unparalleled in the world. She was like a divine moon in the sky, admired by many. Many men of the younger generation were infatuated with her. There were even many duels because of this, which caused a lot of waves. She comes from the Moon Palace. Many people have come to propose, but they have all been rejected. For many disciples of the divine dynasty, she is beyond their reach. Yen Ishi sighed. The Moon Palace. This ancient inheritance made Yi Fan's heart skip a beat. He asked in surprise, "Then why did she become Yin Tianda's future Tao companion?" "Brother Yi, you know too little about that enemy. You don't know how terrifying he is. Yin Tianda is enough to shake the world," Yen Ishi said. "So powerful, of course, when you face him, you will feel even more terrified," Yen Ishi warned seriously. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. The person who received his inheritance and knew the 3 pure ones with one breath must be a peerless expert. It seemed like he was extremely terrifying. Yen Ishi said, "Only Yin Tianda, with his arrogant cultivation, charged into the immortal palace that no one could pass for 50,000 years. He passed 108 trials of life and death, and the supreme sect master of the Moon Palace came out of seclusion. In the end, the supreme sect master agreed to his proposal. Under the bright moon, the carriage flew away, surrounded by flower petals. It carried an endless fragrance and left behind a mysterious light. What a pity, such a peerless beauty, the #1 beauty in the world, is actually going to become Yin Tianda's Tao companion." Yen Ishi was very regretful. He opened a folding fan, and on it, there were many beauties. Each and every one of them had a beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts, and their beauty could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. They were all outstanding beauties, and they were the most beautiful women in the world. Among them, there was a woman who was the most special. Only a hazy and slender body was covered in mist, unable to be seen clearly. Her appearance and charm couldn't be seen. "This is Jianghu. Even though I've seen her before, I can't depict her. It has become my inner demon. If I can't depict her, I can't prove my Tao." When Yi Fan heard this, he immediately laughed and said, "You pervert, just say it directly if you want Yin Tianda's Tao companion. Why do you have to be so sad and sad? Sigh, don't try to understand my flawless Tao heart with your mortal eyes. The sea of people is boundless, and it's hard to find someone who understands me," Yen Ishi said. "Caw caw caw." A crow flew by and cawed non-stop in the night sky. "Your soulmate is here." Yi Fan laughed. However, Yen Ishi's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Granny Sky Demon's eldest disciple is here." "Granny Sky Demon?" Yi Fan was shocked. He was very sensitive to these 4 words. That's right, an extremely terrifying demon lord. She has a heavenly demon body and is known as Granny Sky Demon. Everyone fears her, and almost no one dares to provoke her. Granny Sky Demon had 4 eldest disciples, and they were all famous for more than 1,000 years. Each of them had monstrous magical power. Even though they didn't establish a sect, they were feared by all the great sections. An ancient bronze carriage carried an old corpse and flew across the sky. It swallowed and spat moonlight, and a flock of crows pulled the carriage. It was full of inauspiciousness. This is Granny Sky Demon's eldest disciple, Evil Corpse. Legend has it that it was cultivated by the remains of an unparalleled expert from ancient times. Granny Sky Demon had the ultimate physique of the demon race. Not many in the world dared to provoke her, and even her 4 eldest disciples became figures that everyone avoided. Not long after, the 2 of them saw a few experts fly past. They were either overflowing with demonic energy or had ocean-like magical power. They were all sect master-level figures. Without a doubt, they all came for the divine ancient scripture. They all wanted to see it to the end and see if they had the chance to pry into the mysteries of the heavens. Brokenwood Cliff was a dangerous shoal that Starfall River had to pass through. It was covered densely with reefs, and the water was rapid and narrow. Of course, this wasn't much for cultivators. What was special about it was that there was a wooden cliff here, and it was formed from a giant ancient tree that reached into the heavens. Just how thick of an ancient tree was needed for this kind of wooden cliff? Yi Fan was astonished. The river was rapid, and the black cliff was several hundred zhang long and several thousand meters tall. It towered there, and if one didn't look closely, it wouldn't be any different from a rock wall. Legend has it that this was a tree king. After experiencing 100 tribulations, it still couldn't take human form and was ultimately hacked to death here. It's said that it's related to Starfall River, and there's a true dragon egg inside. It will be born after 10,000 tribulations, and no one can prove their Tao by its side during this process. At this moment, there were many figures near Brokenwood Cliff. It was unknown how many experts were lying in ambush, and all of them were staring at the cliff. The people from Human King Hall and Ancient Longevity Temple have really come. Are they really going to exchange ancient scriptures here? Yen Ishi was astonished. On the black cliff, there was an old man with shiny silver hair. He was hale and hearty, and he looked like an old immortal bathed in the moonlight. He was the deputy hall master of Human King Hall, a living fossil that had lived for more than 3,000 years. He was full of vigor. That's Taoist Sankei. Yen Ishi's expression was solemn as he pointed out to Yi Fan. A young Taoist came over while treading on the moon. His moon-white Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, and there was a yin-yang 8 trigrams embroidered on it. It was like a mirror that occasionally reflected splendor. His skin was fair, and he looked very handsome. He had an otherworldly appearance, and his temperament surpassed his age. He was like an expert that had cultivated for a long time. His Taoist name was Sange, and his cultivation was profound. At this age, he could already represent the Longevity Temple, and he even brought along a supreme divine artifact like the ancient scriptures of the gods. The deputy hall master of Human King Hall and Taoist Sankei stood on the cliff, facing each other. They actually greeted each other as equals, and this was enough to show how terrifying Taoist Sankei was. Sigh, the news was still leaked in the end. Which part of the chain went wrong, and who leaked the secret? The living fossil of Human King Hall frowned. The 2 didn't escape, and instead, they carefully took out a wooden box that was carved with dragons and phoenixes. They held it in their palms, and they were about to exchange. The surroundings were very quiet, and there was only the sound of the Starfall River flowing. There was no other noise. On Brokenwood Cliff, the moonlight shone brightly. The 2 peerless experts held their wooden boxes and handed them over at the same time. Countless eyes were watching in the dark, and none of them dared to breathe loudly. They were patiently waiting for that moment to see if there was an opportunity. Boom! Suddenly, a large black hand reached out from the void and enveloped the entire Duanmu Cliff. It wanted to capture Taoist Sankei and the living fossil of Human King Hall together. Who was this person that dared to attack 2 peerless experts at the same time? Everyone's eyes widened. Bang. Taoist Sankei and the old man from Human King Hall each struck out with their palms, and at the same time, they put away the wooden boxes and shouted loudly. Without a sound, a large black crack appeared in the void. Another large purple hand reached out, grabbing downwards to seize the ancient divine scripture. Caw caw caw. A crow cawed and pulled a bronze carriage. It carried an old corpse, but when it attacked, it was 4 figures. The 4 disciples of Granny Sky Demon had actually come, and they hid in the carriage. They attacked together and also participated. It's more like it if Granny Sky Demon is here. Although you guys are comparable to the cult master, you are still not enough. A cold voice was heard, and a large white hand reached down from the sky. It grabbed towards Broken Wood Cliff, and the 4 people in the bronze carriage were sent flying. Experts gather like clouds. The one who attacked is at least a living fossil-level figure. Yen Ishi said in a low voice. The black wooden cliff became a chaotic land, and the void constantly cracked. First, a large hand reached out, and then, a person's true body descended. That person is Wu Daokei. Someone exclaimed. He recognized the identity of one of them. It was the most terrifying itinerant cultivator in Luzhou. He had once fought 8,000 miles in a single night and wiped out 2 great sections. Didn't Lord Skyfox die in meditation a long time ago? Why did he appear again? Another person was recognized. It was a 9-tailed skyfox that was rumored to have died 1,000 years ago. She was a peerless old demon lord of the demon race, and her strength was unfathomable. It was rumored that the ancient Taoist temple in the Netherworld Ridge, as well as the most ancient inheritance, Human King Hall, each possessed half a page of scriptures. They were written by gods and contained the secrets of immortality. That was why the most terrifying cultivators appeared together today. Bang! The black wooden cliff, under the confrontation of many peerless experts, shattered with a loud bang. Fragments filled the sky. This was an ancient tree king that had existed since ancient times. It was countless times harder than rocks, and even powerful figures found it difficult to crack it. But now it was destroyed. A large purple hand snatched a wooden box that was flying into the sky. It shattered on the spot, but it was empty inside. We've been tricked. The other wooden box was also snatched by someone. After opening it, it was also empty. There was nothing inside. At this time, Taoist Sankei and the old man from the Human King Hall became faint. They were merely formed from a breath of innate vitality and not their true bodies. Damn it, the news is fake. They didn't come here to exchange. Chase. Many experts rushed into the sky and disappeared into the night sky. With the departure of the legendary peerless experts, there were many figures in the wilderness, and even more people revealed their whereabouts. That mysterious expert surnamed Yi is also here. He actually dares to come to this place after killing the 9th prince of the Golden Crow race and Lu Ya's incarnation. Someone recognized him, and many people looked toward the Meteor River. Strange, no one from the Golden Crow race came today. Could it be that they received some news that there are no ancient scriptures here? Yi Fan was puzzled. Rumor has it that the Golden Crow race recently discovered a shocking secret related to their race's prosperity. They are most likely unable to separate themselves. What secret could be more important than the ancient scriptures? Yi Fan was puzzled. It is said that it is the true immortal Fusang divine tree. They are currently confirming the authenticity of the news, Yen Ishi said in a low voice. Suddenly his expression changed. At this time, a young man wearing a 5-colored divine robe landed and chuckled. "Senior brother, long time no see. How have you been?" Yen Ishi's expression immediately darkened and he said, "Master has passed away many years ago. You and I have been cultivating our hearts in the mortal world, and we cultivate different great Daos. We no longer have any interactions. I heard that I Jianghu has become your inner demon. As your junior brother, I have to help you solve your problems. How about we work together to capture this #1 beauty?" The young man wearing a 5-colored divine robe had an evil look on his face. "I cultivate the emotionless Tao, and you cultivate the man desires heaven technique. Now, you have already fallen to become a demon. We have different Daos, so we can't work together. Yen Ishi refused sternly. Emotionless and human desires are all separated by a single thought. You are really boring. The man wearing the five-colored divine robe looked at Yi Fan and said, Brother Yi, I have been friends with you for a long time. Today we finally meet. How about we work together to capture Yi Qingwu and let Yin Tianda, that bastard, go crazy? Yi Fan was about to refuse, but at this time, petals danced in the sky, and the sky was filled with flower rain. A divine carriage flew over from afar and landed. A maidservant flew out and asked, You are Yi Fan? Ha, the number one beauty Yi Qingwu is going to attack you. Brother Yi, let's work together to capture her. The man wearing the five-colored divine robe laughed loudly. Chapter 7:12. That's right, I am, Yi Fan answered. This girl was beautiful, slim, and had bright eyes. However, there was an obvious hostility. Hearing this, she did not say anything and returned to the front of the carriage. May I ask for sister's name? The man in multicolored clothes had an evil look on his face. Pervert! The servant girl glared at him. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I will kidnap you and let you understand what it means to be a true gentleman. The man in multicolored clothes had an evil look in his eyes. Why are you asking for my name? Yi Fan asked. Why did you kill the brother of the Eight Visions Temple Lord? Within the divine carriage, a woman spoke. Her voice was like the sounds of nature, carrying a certain magnetism. It was extremely pleasant to listen to, intoxicating one to the bone. What do you think? I told you Yi Qingwu was going to attack you. No matter what, she is Yin Tianda's future Dao companion. The man in multicolored clothes laughed. His name was Li Tian, a young man full of evil energy. His power was unfathomable. He was Yen Ishi's junior brother. Actually, I did not want to attack. Yin Tianda could solve everything himself. But since I met you here, I have to ask for an explanation. Yi Qingwu's voice was like a spring breeze. It was very soft and pleasant, but there was an unshakable will in it, like the cry of a phoenix. Yi Fan smiled and nodded at Li Tian. This evil guy was right. The number one beauty was obviously going to attack. Are you sure you can take me? Don't underestimate her. Yi Qingwu is not only the number one beauty in the world, but her cultivation is also shocking. She is the number one prodigy. Yen Ishi reminded. That's why I said we need to work together to capture her. Cultivating the heart with the number one beauty is much better than training in the mortal world. Li Tian's lips curled up. I am different from you. You cultivate lust, I cultivate emotions. Don't talk to me anymore. Yen Ishi refused again. Li Tian turned and said, Brother Yi, let's work together. I only want her to be my cauldron for a month. After that, the number one beauty will be yours for life. How about it? Yi Fan discovered that Yen Ishi's junior apprentice brother was very evil, and there really were signs of him becoming a demon among men. He was not joking, but was speaking very seriously. Li Tian, don't even think about leaving this time. Stay here too, Yi Qingwu said. Although her voice was magnetic, it was also a little cold. Secret sound transmission interception? Yen Ishi was startled. They were using divine sense to communicate, but this woman could actually intercept them. Very terrifying. Is he really that powerful, or does he cultivate an ancient divine technique that allows him to transmit secret messages? Li Tian's expression also froze. Everyone, please attack and take them down. At this moment, Yi Qingwu's voice became more serious and reverberated under the bright moonlight. 12 streaks of divine might rushed into the sky. They were like 12 heaven-reaching swords, but also like 12 heaven-reaching divine mountains, majestic and forceful. They surrounded all directions and hacked down. 12 elemental time immortal formation. She actually invited 12 sect master-level characters. Yi Qingwu wants to get rid of us in one fell swoop. Li Tian's face was cold. Yen Ishi, you can leave the formation. I'll let you go, but you can't let these two go. Yi Qingwu's gentle voice came. How can I abandon my friends? Fairy Yi, are you purposely making things difficult for me? Yen Ishi sighed. Senior apprentice brother, why are you still talking to her? Capture her and make her my cauldron. You can then have a pure conversation with her. Li Tian sneered evilly. Some people were very evil and did not hide it. Li Tian was undoubtedly such a person. He was just short of carving the word demon on his forehead. He spoke very seriously and was not joking. At this moment, the 12 elemental time divine swords slashed over. Every one of them was extremely terrifying, and they actually carried the roars of gods and demons. One sword, one world. The 12 elemental time immortal formation released a sword power that shocked the world. One sword opened up a world, and there was the rotation of earth, fire, wind, and water. She's using the power of the world to suppress it. Damn it. Li Tian cursed. Seeing this, he spat out a 9-leaf golden lotus, which accompanied him. With a slight shake, the void shattered, and he protected himself. She really wants to kill them all. Yen Ishi's expression changed as well. A painting of a beautiful woman rushed out from the top of his head, and with a crashing sound, it protected him. Yi Fan's expression was also grave. He felt a kind of pressure even when using the Xing formula to attack. His steps were slow, and he was not as agile as before. However, the 9 secrets of Taoism was the highest divine technique. After a short period of adjustment, his speed became faster and faster. He pounced towards the divine carriage in front of him, wanting to capture Yi Qingwu first. Buzz! With a slight tremble, a divine ring rushed out from between his brows. It was silver and shiny, and radiance flickered as it flew forward. It was the diamond chakram taken from the 8 Visions Temple. Suddenly he felt danger. The door of the divine carriage opened wide, turning into a black hole to swallow him. At the same time, he wanted to take the diamond chakram away. The girl standing beside the carriage just now had disappeared, and the carriage was also empty. There was nothing at all. Yi Qingwu was not inside at all. Imperial divine weapon. Yi Fan was astonished. Just now, she was luring him into the trap and waiting for him to jump in. Everything was premeditated. Although his speed was fast, his steps were nimble. He used the Xing formula and brushed past the divine carriage. The diamond chakram turned into the size of a millstone and hit the carriage solidly, producing a string of terrifying sparks. Each of the sparks could destroy a mountain. At the same time, the divine carriage had a strong suction force that wanted to swallow the treasure chakram and take away this imperial divine weapon. Yi Fan shouted. This was a divine weapon that could evolve into a saint's weapon. How could he let it go? He used the Bing formula and made the diamond chakram expand rapidly as if it had a life of its own. It covered the carriage and wanted to take it back. Swoosh! In the end, the divine carriage disappeared without a sound. It had been taken away by Yi Qingwu. She did not fight it head-on, and the 2 imperial divine weapons returned to their respective owners. Boom! The 12 origin time divine formation showed its might. One sword, one world. Chaotic mist flew out and attacked. Li Tian used the 9-leaf golden lotus to destroy the small worlds and attack outwards. Yen Ishi also used the beauty painting and turned it into a divine bridge that connected to the outside world. He wanted to cross over. However, this was a famous divine formation after all. It was extremely powerful. Every time they were about to succeed, they would be forced back. At the same time, an aura that made them horrified was released. Radiance rushed into the heavens from all directions, as if an eternal divine furnace was burning. Yi Qingwu, you're really good. Are you going to refine us alive here? Li Tian's expression turned cold. There were many ancient sacrificial altars in the air. They were all carved with unknown divine patterns and emitted beams of terrifying light that interweaved together. Moon Immortal Sacrificial Array. Yen Ishi's expression changed. This was a terrifying formation pattern. If one was trapped in it, they would be refined alive. There was no way to resist it. At this point, Yi Fan believed that Yi Qingwu had already recognized them when they were at the upper reaches of the Starfall River. She did not attack because she was not completely confident. Now, she came prepared. It was not a coincidence at all. She wanted to completely suppress him and not give him a chance to escape. The number one beauty in the world is full of thorns. It's really not easy to pluck her. She actually wants to deal with us like this. We might have to experience a great calamity today. Li Tian cursed. Yi Fan also shivered inwardly. This world-shocking, peerless, number one beauty truly wasn't ordinary, setting up a killing trap for him the first time they met. However, he was not afraid. Although the two divine formations were terrifying, they could not stop him. The Xing character formula could help him break out. Yi Fan avoided the power of splitting the heavens and dodged the origin time divine sword. He used an indescribable speed to surpass the confinement of space and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Purple lightning descended from the sky and a sea of lightning descended. There was an indescribable heavenly punishment descending and striking towards Yi Fan's flesh shell at the center. Hurry and retreat. That is an ancient tribulation guiding formation that can trigger heavenly tribulation, turning one into ashes if they fail to cross the tribulation. Yen Ishi cried out. This little girl really is terrifying. She has made ample preparations. She hasn't even taken action herself, yet she has already displayed so many killing moves. Li Tian's eyes flickered with sinister light. When faced with the tribulation guiding formation, Yi Fan did not retreat. He raised his hand and carved out 9 ancient characters in the void. They originated from the Tao scriptures and could allow one to achieve eternity. Even though he did not fear heavenly tribulation, if he faced it now, it would only be his flesh suffering. It would be difficult for him to break through a new cultivation realm. If he wanted to break through now, he needed to comprehend the Tao. His strength deepened and his understanding of the 9 ancient characters became more and more profound. He concealed his own aura and quickly rushed out. Voila! With a shake of his hand, 81 great golden banners appeared. They were precisely the ones he seized from Luya and sealed up a corner of the 12 origin time divine formation. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. A sect master-level figure was seriously injured. The power of Lu Ya's precious banners was astonishing. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to make the blood of 5 exceptional sect masters splash onto them and die miserably. Good. Li Tian laughed loudly. A corner of the formation patterns was torn apart. An opening immediately appeared in the 12 origin time divine formation. He shook the 9-leaf golden lotus and rushed out like a streak of divine rainbow. His terrifying cultivation could be seen clearly. As long as there was a small opening, he would be able to break out. At the same time, Yen Ishi's beauty painting turned into a rainbow bridge and directly brought him out. The 12 origin time divine formation collapsed. These 2 senior and junior brothers could be compared to the most terrifying individuals of the present world's younger generation. When they took action with full force, their divine might would shock the heavens. Ah! Right at this time, a miserable cry sounded. Yi Fan used the Golden Crow race's precious banner to hack a sect master-level figure to pieces. Blood dyed the golden banner's surface like a blossoming flower. He was inwardly shocked. This precious banner's power was too great, even more formidable than he had imagined. There was an ancient killing formation inside, as if there was a sleeping heavenly demon. At the same time, he activated the diamond chakram. It turned into the size of a millstone and shone with silver light. It fired out an eternal streak of light that smashed into the calamity guiding formation. At the same time, it shattered the sacrificial altar in the void. The ancient formations were all destroyed, and the 3 of them completely broke free. Yi Fan and Li Tian slaughtered their way towards the divine carriage in the distance, wanting to capture Yi Qinggu alive. The divine moon carriage was sparkling and translucent. It was surrounded by a rain of flowers. At this moment, the jade curtains parted to the 2 sides. A woman who made the sun and moon lose color and the mountains and rivers dim walked out. This type of beauty shouldn't appear in this world. It made people feel as if it was unreal. This flawless woman was like the reincarnation of the Luo deity. Her neck was long and slender, and her skin was white. Her eyes were bright and kind, and she was extremely beautiful. Her figure was tall and slender. Her black hair was as bright as silk. There was a bright red mole between her brows that added endless spiritual energy to her. She was smiling faintly when facing a great enemy. She made the moon lose its light and the stars disappear. Everything in the world lost their brilliance. Only she was bright and beautiful. I also have a heart demon. If I can't capture her and use her as a cauldron, it will be difficult for me to prove my Tao. Li Tian had an evil expression on his face. I'll give you all a chance. If you can rush out of Meteor River Domain, I'll let you all leave. Jianghu was like a divine phoenix's cry. Even though she was the present world's #1 beauty, she still had a powerful willpower and an undefeatable conviction. I'll also give you a chance. Come over and give me a massage, and I'll give you the identity of a maid. Yi Fan smiled and said, Chapter 7:13. Jianghu didn't get angry, and the enchanting smile on her face didn't diminish. Her crystal-like fingers combed her long hair and said sweetly, You're really confident. How can I not be confident in life? Why don't we make a bet? If you lose, you'll be willing to massage my back and be my maid? Yi Fan said, Life isn't meant to be gambled, and no one can afford to gamble. The path is under my feet, so why should I gamble? Jianghu's eyes were filled with spirit energy as she revealed a faint and enchanting smile. Yan Ishi walked over and said in a low voice, She definitely has something to rely on. Li Tian's evil aura leaked out. He was very handsome, but one could tell he wasn't a good person at first glance. He laughed and said, I don't believe that the three of yous can't take her down. Where are the cult masters she invited? Yi Fan searched. Just now, the 12 elemental divine formations seemed to contain 12 cult master-level characters. It was quite dangerous, but then he discovered that not all of them were real people. Thus, they weren't worried. They wanted to capture the world's #1 beauty and take her away. Jianghu laughed softly, and her entire body emitted a sparkling radiance. Her bell-like laughter tore through the tranquil moonlit night and reverberated in the sky. Her black hair fluttered as she stood on the divine carriage, and even her dress fluttered. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out as a precious wheel appeared in the sky with 8 trigrams carved on it. 8 kinds of divine talismans flew up and fused with it. The cult master-level characters just now. Yi Fan was astonished. This is the Moon Palace's sect-protecting treasure, the 8 Virtues treasure wheel. Yan Ishi was astonished. Li Tian was even more straightforward. He didn't say anything and just jumped up to break out of the encirclement. This evil person didn't have any spirit of loyalty at this moment. You still want to leave? Jianghu shouted. In the sky, the 8 Virtues treasure wheel spun and shot out 8 divine talismans, each more terrifying than the last. They all took human form and cut off Li Tian's path, blasting him back. Damn it, she trapped us just now to use this artifact to awaken it. This is the Moon Palace's supreme secret treasure. Li Tian cursed. The 8 Virtues treasure wheel contained 8 deities, and all of them had the strength of a top-notch holy lord. With it in their hands, they could slaughter everything under the heavens, and no sect masters under the heavens could suppress them. Moreover, it was rumored that if this treasure hadn't been shattered before, it would have been even more powerful and terrifying. This was a sect-protecting treasure that the Moon Palace had always wanted to repair, but they had never succeeded. Don't tell me that these 8 gods were comparable to peerless god-kings in the past. Yi Fan said. Don't worry, at least not now. However, it still has absolute battle prowess. The most frightening thing about it is that it can't be killed unless we can snatch the treasure wheel, said Li Tian. If he couldn't kill it, how was he supposed to fight? This kind of secret treasure was too heaven-defying. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder this human demon immediately fled upon seeing it. He was starting to miss the black gourd. If it was in his hands now, whatever treasures, whatever 8 deities, they would all be burned to ashes. Let's break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, this treasure definitely won't be able to break through. This isn't an ordinary secret treasure. Even an imperial divine weapon can't suppress it. Now, Yi Fan didn't fear the sect masters, but the crucial thing was that he couldn't kill these people. This was incomparably terrifying. If they didn't leave, they would be exhausted to death sooner or later. Let's go! The 3 of them worked together to break out of the encirclement. The 8 deities moved at the same time, killing their way forward. At the same time, the divine carriage flourished with brilliance. It emitted moonlight like a bright moon, and every beam was like a sharp sword. This was a carriage, and it was also an imperial divine weapon. Jianghu stood on it and finally made her move. She controlled it to shoot out 9 beams of primal chaos light, which shone on the 3 of them. Bang! The 9-leaf golden lotus beside Li Tian trembled violently and almost shattered. He cried out, "This is the treasure that teacher gave me before he passed away. How can this little girl be so strong?" At the same time, Yan Ishi was being suppressed. The beauty painting fluttered, and the 9 beauties that flew out were all repelled. Primal chaos light, it's the mark left behind by a peerless king. Yan Ishi flew back. The painting in his hand turned into a divine rainbow, falling into the distance like a bridge to heaven. He wanted to break out of the encirclement. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely soft and incomparably dark power struck over. A large black hand covered the sky and blocked it. This was the Taiyin Saint power. The huge black hand seemed to reach out from the black hole of the universe. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. With a shake, everything in the surroundings was destroyed, and nothing existed anymore. Taiyin Divine Sun. Yan Ishi was shocked and flew backward. His path was blocked, and he fell back into the battlefield. A young man in a black robe appeared. His face was as white as snow, and it formed a sharp contrast with his clothes. He stood there quietly, and a chilly aura attacked people. Yin Tianda, Taiyin Divine Sun, Sankadaoist, and Luya were sworn brothers. They were also the most terrifying people in the world. At this moment, this divine sun actually appeared. Jianghu, who else did you invite? Call them all out, Li Tian said with an ugly expression. Granny is here too, ha! A voice like that of a night owl was heard. An old woman with a withered body and bones floated over like a ghost. Heavenly Demon Granny! Yan Ishi exclaimed and took 7 steps back. His hair stood on end, and his heart was filled with fear. Li Tian wanted to jump up and escape, but he was surrounded. This was a heavenly demon body. She had cultivated for almost 2,000 years, and her strength was terrifying. She had slapped more than 1 or 2 living fossils to death. Heavenly demon body. Yi Fan was shocked. A true heavenly demon body had finally appeared. It was not like Yao Yuekong, who was schemed against and had a congenital deficiency. More importantly, this heavenly demon granny was almost 2,000 years old. This was a very dangerous sign. In this era, there were not many people who could fight against her. Luckily, it's just an incarnation. She didn't come in person, so we still have a chance. Li Tian's eyes shot out 2 beams of light. It was obvious that it was an incarnation. Little guy, your eyes are quite sharp. Be good, come to Granny, I'll give you some candy. The old woman's voice was like a broken gong as she flew forward. What should we do? Li Tian was also afraid. He originally wanted to capture the number 1 beauty, but now it seemed that he would have to die here. Taiyin Godchild walked over step by step. His black robe fluttered, and the surging great Yin Saint power rushed out. Jianghu smiled faintly and walked gracefully. The divine moon chariot was at the side, and it also closed in. A few figures flew out from the 8 Virtues treasure wheel and surrounded Yi Fan's group. They couldn't escape. Be careful, there are still people in the dark. Yi Fan clearly sensed that there were 2 sect master-level characters spying on them. There was no better choice now. The only way was to break out of the encirclement, but it was very difficult. Including the 8 people in the 8 Virtues treasure wheel, there were more than 10 sect master-level powerhouses. Needless to say, Granny Heaven Demon was a giant who could intimidate the current generation. She was even more terrifying. Children, Granny dotes on you. Granny Heaven Demon smiled and closed in. She stretched out a big hand like a bird's claw and grabbed down. At this moment, Yi Fan went forward and rushed towards the big hand, forcefully resisting the big hand of the heavenly demon body. Brother Yi, you can't touch it. That's the heavenly demon body. Yan Ishi shouted and reminded him loudly. Brother, you can't do this even if you want to commit suicide. Li Tian also shouted. At the back, Taiyin Godchild was very surprised. There was almost no one in this world who dared to fight with the heavenly demon body. Moreover, Granny Heaven Demon had cultivated for almost 2,000 years. Her skills were profound, and even an incarnation could kill a living fossil. On the other side, the number one beauty in the world, Jianghu, also revealed a strange look. This was almost suicide. She didn't think that Yi Fan could resist the heavenly demon body. Granny loves you to death. The skinny old woman stretched out her ghostly claw and swiped down. She wanted to grab Yi Fan whole. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He used his unparalleled flesh shell to activate this unparalleled fist technique. He struck out fiercely and struck the big black claw like a bolt of lightning. A strange sound was heard, followed by bones shattering, blood splattering, and muffled groans. Everything happened very quickly. Everyone thought that Yi Fan was crippled, but they realized that Granny Heaven Demon flew back as if she had seen a ghost. Her hands were tattered and dripping with blood. The hands of the heavenly demon body were shattered. Taiyin Godchild was drowned in darkness. He was extremely shocked. Jianghu's beautiful eyes also shot out divine lightning as she revealed a look of surprise. Beside her, Yan Yishi and Li Tian were a little stunned. They thought that Yi Fan would die with a grievance. They didn't expect such an outcome. The human race's saint body? Granny Heaven Demon's pupils shot out 2 beams of black light. Her expression was frightening. She said, "I haven't seen it for so many years. I thought it would never appear again. I didn't expect it to appear again." Saint body? The few outstanding talents of the younger generation were shocked. They looked at Yi Fan with strange expressions. Granny Heaven Demon let out a creepy laugh and said, "The blood of the saint body is a peerless tonic. It can help me break through the bottleneck and become a phenomenal heavenly demon." Then she attacked crazily towards Yi Fan as if she was possessed. One had to admit that the heavenly demon body that had cultivated for 2,000 years was terrifyingly powerful. Although it was not phenomenal, it had already surpassed a living fossil. Yi Fan didn't fight with all his strength. The situation in front of him was too bad. There were more than 10 sect master-level figures present. If he stopped to fight, he would definitely die. He used the secret character of travel and rushed out like a bolt of lightning. He seized the only gap and successfully broke out of the encirclement. Before the people at the scene could wake up from the shock of Yi Fan's saint body, he had already escaped and stood far away. "Where do you think you're going?" Granny Heaven Demon's incarnation shouted. She turned into a beam of black light and chased after him. She didn't want to let him go no matter what. "If I want to leave, you can't stop me even if you come with your real body." Yi Fan walked away. Granny Heaven Demon chased after him. In the end, she realized that she had been thrown 18 mountain ridges and could only eat the dust behind her. This is the heavenly demon's extreme speed. Why can't I catch up to this kid? Granny Heaven Demon muttered in her heart. She was extremely angry. Not long after, Yi Fan shook off Granny Heaven Demon and came back to kill Jianghu. He wanted to fight head-on. And in such a short time, Yan Yishi and Li Tian narrowly escaped death. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but that their opponents were too strong. 8 sect master-level figures, Taiyin Divine Son, one of the most terrifying figures of the younger generation, and Jianghu, the number 1 among the heavenly maidens. Even a few living fossils would die if they were surrounded. Yi Fan attacked and wanted to rescue them, but he discovered that the 8 Virtues treasure wheel was an ancient killing formation. It affected his footwork. "Brother Yi, don't waste your energy. That old witch is coming again. Be careful not to get hurt by her." Yan Yishi said, "I'm going all out. My vitality is greatly damaged this time. Next time, I swear I'll capture Jianghu." Li Tian said angrily. The two of them looked at each other and then let out a low roar. The blood in their bodies flowed backward and rushed out of their bodies. Then the two of them fused together. This scene left everyone stupefied. The two individuals' bones released pi-pa sounds, unexpectedly becoming one, becoming an unfamiliar male. Then with a hong sound, the void shattered, disappearing without a trace. A patch of essence blood was left behind. It emitted an astonishing divine power and burned fiercely. 2 days later, on an ancient mountain, Yan Yishi and Li Tian met again with Yi Fan. If I don't take revenge, my name isn't Li Tian. This time, I'll shock the world and take Yi Qingwu as my concubine. She'll be my cauldron, Li Tian said fiercely. Do you want to touch that thing? Don't act recklessly. Yan Yishi warned. Yi Fan looked at the two of them strangely. He felt that it was very strange. The two of them could actually fuse into one, but they didn't explain afterwards. It's time. It's time to bring out the goddess furnace that Emperor Hengyu helped our first ancestor refine. Li Tian had an evil look on his face. Yi Fan didn't notice at first, but he quickly realized and said, "Wait, what did you say? Who helped your first ancestor refine a weapon?" Chapter 7:14. I misspoke. Pretend you didn't hear anything. Li Tian retracted his evil expression and his expression became solemn. No, you said that Hengyu Heavenly Monarch forged a goddess furnace for your ancestor. Yi Fan stared into his eyes and waited for him to explain. Sigh, senior brother, you saw it too. It's not that I'm willing to let the furnace appear, but someone else knows about it. It's time for it to appear again, Li Tian said. No. Yan Yishi firmly rejected. Then what should we do? Look, an outsider knows about this secret. Why don't we join hands and kill Brother Yi? That way, the furnace can continue to be buried in the mountains, Li Tian said seriously and didn't look like he was joking at all. He was a very evil person. According to his past personality, he really might attack. Otherwise, Yan Yishi wouldn't have said that he had fallen into the demonic realm. You better give up. Yan Yishi stared at him. Sigh, Brother Yi, why don't we join hands and kill my senior brother? He's too boring, Li Tian said seriously. You too. Yi Fan stared at them. Right now, he only wanted to know about Hengyu Heavenly Monarch's secret. He didn't really care about the goddess furnace. Brother Yi, don't think that he's joking. He really wants to kill me. He's already tried 5 times in the past and almost succeeded each time, Yan Yishi said. Senior brother, I just want to say one thing to you. Without destruction, there can't be construction. Without expansion, how can one develop? Li Tian said seriously. Yan Yishi was silent. He also understood this logic. It was time for their inheritance to break the old rules. If this continued, they would only decline. You should know what terrifying consequences there will be once it appears. His expression was solemn as he stared at Li Tian. It was as if this matter was extremely serious. Don't look at me like that. The goddess furnace is notorious. Once it appears, everyone will want to beat it up. But you can't be afraid to use it just like that. Change must start now, Li Tian said solemnly. Yi Fan listened from the side and finally learned some secrets. These two's inheritance had a terrifying origin in the ancient era. It was called the Man-Desire Tao. This was an incomparably powerful ancient Taoist sect that cultivated the Tao. It had the 6 heavens of desire art and the great art of severing emotions. Within this sect, there were several extremely opposing ancient Taoist legacies. Back then, an abandoned disciple of the Taoist sect successfully cultivated the 6 heavenly desires technique and became invincible. When he returned to the sect, he stole the sacred weapon, the goddess furnace, and brought chaos to the world. Li Tian said, Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. From a certain perspective, that senior is my target, but he is just too hateful. He was fine when he was alive, but after he passed away, the heroes of the world rose up together, wiping out my Man-Desire's Tao. The goddess furnace collected all the beauties of the world in one net. Whether it was the goddess of the human king hall or the fairies of the moon tower, not a single one escaped. To the women of that era, it was an incomparably dark period of history. Yan Yishi added. Yi Fan finally understood. The goddess furnace was infamous. It was no wonder that when the human desire path was destroyed, the survivors of this lineage didn't dare to use it. Are you sure that the furnace was refined by Emperor Hengyu for your patriarch? What broken furnace? That's a supreme sacred weapon. At the very least, it drank the blood of 4 saints. Li Tian was very dissatisfied. Yi Fan didn't really care about this infamous furnace. He only wanted to know the past of Emperor Hengyu and why he appeared in the Ziwei Ancient Star region. You can't be someone from the outer realms, right? You don't even know about Emperor Hengyu. After hearing Yi Fan ask again, Li Tian was shocked. Yan Ishi also revealed a strange expression. Are there many people from the outer realms who come here? Yi Fan asked. I've never heard of them. The ancient road has been broken for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, Yan Ishi replied. Li Tian asked in surprise, where did you come from? I've only heard of the Northern Dipper Star region. There's an ancient star with life there. It's said that the immemorial great sage sets sail from there. I wandered here from the Northern Dipper Star region, Yi Fan answered. He knew he couldn't hide it, and there was no need to. What? You're really from the outer realms? Can you take me to the Northern Dipper Star region? I really want to see what the other world is like. Li Tian was very excited. Do you think this is a vacation? I almost died to get here. Yi Fan simply explained what happened. The news that Emperor Hengyu was born in the Ziwei Ancient Star region shocked Yi Fan. However, he only proved his Tao in the outer realms and only came back once before completely disappearing. He was from the same generation as the founder of the Human Desire Tao and was a good friend when they were young. When he came back, he helped him forge the goddess furnace. Limited by the material, although the furnace was made by the great emperor, it could only be a supreme sacred weapon. It couldn't enter the monarch level. So that's how it is. Yi Fan was in a daze. Why did the great emperor come to the Northern Dipper Star region? Li Tian muttered. Then, as if remembering something, he said, do you have 1 or 2 immortal herbs there? I think we have 5 or 6, Yi Fan answered honestly. What? How is this possible? A world producing 1 or 2 stalks is already the limit. Your side? Yan Ishi was shocked, revealing a look of confusion. I've heard that they survived from the primordial era. Legend has it that if there were no changes, there would be more, Yi Fan said. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Tian was extremely excited. He then asked, what kind of immortal herbs are there? The lair of 10,000 dragons has the immortal dragon herb, the immortal mountain has the black tortoise herb, the ancient sovereign mountain has the immortal phoenix herb. Yi Fan said. Yan Ishi was in a daze. Is this true? According to the primordial era, the immortal dragon herb was born in the Ziwei Star region, but no one has ever seen it. How did it end up in the Northern Dipper Star region? Also, the immortal phoenix herb is definitely not from the Northern Dipper Star region. In the primordial era, a foreign great sage came here and said he wanted to find the immortal phoenix herb from his own world. He is definitely not from the Northern Dipper Star region. No way. Did the great emperors of ancient times go to the Northern Dipper Star region? What's there that's worth them going there? Li Tian was shocked. There were extreme emperor weapons in the Northern Dipper Star region, but apart from the influence of weapons, their overall strength was inferior to the Ziwei Star region. Yi Fan had seen many great sects during these past few days. They were all famous, and there were many sect master-level figures among them. After comparing the two, he came to this conclusion. The great emperors of ancient times all went to the Northern Dipper Star region. Yi Fan was dazed. It turned out that the great emperors came from different ancient star regions. What were they looking for, and what did they find? In the end, some of them died, and others disappeared. Did they achieve their goal? This was a shocking secret. There must be something unusual in the Northern Dipper Star region that even the great emperors of ancient times were interested in. Immortal Ascension. In the end, Yi Fan spat out these 2 words. Apart from that, there was nothing else. To the great emperors of ancient times, this was their only pursuit because they had long reached the peak of the human world. Then he thought of the ancient path of stars. He was silent as many thoughts crossed his mind. In a dilapidated cave abode, Li Tian and Yan Ishi dug out an ancient cauldron that had been buried in ashes for who knew how many years. It was shaped like a goddess lying on the ground. It was covered in scars of age. It was chiseled out of a piece of divine bronze and then tempered and cast. It's from the hands of the great emperor of eternal universe. Yi Fan cultivated the Eternal Universe scripture in his 4 ultimate secret realms. Now that he activated it slightly, the originally lifeless ancient cauldrons suddenly shone with brilliance. Yan Ishi and Li Tian were both shocked. "I happened to learn a scroll of the Eternal Universe scripture," said Yi Fan. "This is great. We'll be invincible if we join forces." Li Tian was full of confidence. The Tao of Desires also had a cauldron controlling technique left behind by the great Emperor of Eternal Universe. The two of them had cultivated it. In the past half a month, Lu Zhou had been very unstable. The Longevity Temple and Human King Hall had exchanged divine ancient scriptures, but no one had obtained anything from that night's intense battle. Recently, an even more shocking news had spread. The immortal Fusang divine tree had appeared, shocking the entire region. Almost all the members of the Golden Crow race had gone out to sea to search for this ancient divine tree that would determine whether their race could prove their Tao. No wonder they didn't do anything after I killed the 9th Golden Crow Prince. So they were busy with this important matter. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi had traveled in Lu Zhou and heard many rumors. Countless experts had rushed to North Sea. The godson of Tai Yin, Granny Sky Demon, Jianghu, and the Golden Crow race have all gone. These people are not good people. "Let's go too and seize the Fusang divine tree with the goddess furnace," said Li Tian. The North Sea was a vast expanse of darkness. Ink waves churned, vast and majestic. According to the records of the Ziwei ancient starfield, the Fusang divine tree was born in the Tang Valley of the East Sea. No one knew when it had disappeared. And now, the Golden Crow race had dug out a fragment of the map from an ancient ruin and learned that the immortal tree was still in this world, growing in the North Sea. The ocean was boundless. Black waves swept high into the sky, scattering the clouds. The sound was deafening. Yi Fan and the others entered the North Sea. They weren't moved by such a majestic scene. They were only concerned about how many experts had come. And now, Yi Fan had just entered the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. In addition to his 8 restrictions domain, he could fight against peak stage experts and even live fossils. However, he wasn't invincible. Which sect leader didn't have outstanding talent? Although they couldn't touch the 8 restrictions domain like Yi Fan, it wasn't a problem for them to cross 3 or 4 restrictions. Now that we have the goddess furnace in our hands, even if the deities of the 8 virtues treasure wheel with an undying body appear, we can kill them all the same. Li Tian was filled with confidence. They had been out at sea for 9 days and encountered many experts along the way. There were also some great battles, but they still didn't find any clues about the Fusang divine tree. Suddenly, immortal music rang out in front of them. Golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire sea region. Could it be that the divine tree has appeared? Yi Fan and the others rushed over. The battle in this sea region had already reached a boiling point. Many figures were fighting. Tens of golden crows crisscrossed, resembling divine rainbows. In the middle of the sea, an island rose up, breaking through the water surface. This was an ancient cave dwelling that appeared today. There was a tree branch inserted into the stone door. It seemed to be cast from gold, shining resplendently. "Fusang divine tree, there's an important clue here." People exclaimed. "Gagaga? Children, you've come again." Granny Heavenly Demon descended from the sky and immediately discovered Yi Fan and the others. This existence that surpassed living fossils stood together with an old golden crow. "Old thing." Li Tian gritted his teeth. At the same time, many people from the Golden Crow race looked over, staring at Yi Fan with eyes full of hatred. The eyes of the old Golden Crow that stood together with Granny Heavenly Demon shot out divine radiance. He locked onto Yi Fan and walked over step by step. "4th sect ancestor, he's that expert surnamed Yi. We have to kill him to avenge the 9th prince." Someone from the Golden Crow race spoke from the side. "Let me do it, I need his flesh." Granny Heavenly Demon spoke. She walked forward before the Golden Crow race's 4th sect ancestor and went straight for Yi Fan. She had the Heavenly Demon physique and her magic power was unfathomable. Even living fossils were nothing in front of her. The Golden Crow race's ancestor naturally didn't want to offend her and was happy to let her do it. "Clear the area." Unrelated people, step back. Granny Heavenly Demon intimidated everyone. This was her true body, so no one dared to look her in the eye. That's right, it's time to clear the area. Yen Ishi sneered as well. I missed you very much. Come over. Granny Heavenly Demon laughed sinisterly like a 10,000-year-old ghost crying. But I hate you very much. Clear the area now, said Yi Fan as he held an ancient cauldron the size of a fist in his palm. I smell the blood of a sacred body. Granny Heavenly Demon licked her shriveled lips in a sinister manner. The divine son of Tai Yin is here. Jianghu is also over there. We can't let them go this time, said Li Tian with a chuckle. Let's finish off this old thing first. Yi Fan circulated the Eternal Universe scripture and immediately released the goddess cauldron. The might of a sage blanketed the area. Granny Heavenly Demon screamed. The distance was too close. She didn't expect a supreme sacred weapon to appear at all. Her body cracked. Chapter 7:15. A copper cauldron the size of a fist. It could be said to be very small, but it was like a goddess lying on the ground. It was held in Yi Fan's palm and shot out rays of divine light. He had only casually activated it, but Granny Heavenly Demon in front of him couldn't bear it anymore. She screamed miserably and cracks appeared all over her body like spiderwebs. Granny Heavenly Demon screamed miserably. Heavenly Demon blood shot out from those cracks like dazzling auroras. Her bones were shattering and her body was collapsing. What kind of weapon is that? This was the question in everyone's mind. That was the Heavenly Demon body, a terrifying physique rarely seen in the demon race in tens of thousands of years. Its physical strength was no different from divine weapons and ancient treasures. However, at this time, she was pierced by the aura shot out by a weapon and suppressed to the point where she couldn't fight back. How shocking was this? Boom. At this moment, an overwhelming aura of a sage instantly surged out, freezing the Black North Sea. The waves that were over 1,000 meters tall were evaporated, and the clouds in the sky were destroyed. Although the fist-sized cauldron was exquisite and small, it was like an awakening god that had existed since the beginning of the world. It swept through the endless sea. This is a supreme holy weapon. Many people cried out. They trembled under this majestic aura that could pierce through the heavens. Those who stood close to it fell and many people couldn't help but worship it. Granny Heavenly Demon screamed. Her body was disintegrating. First, her arms were broken, and then her torso split apart. Even someone as powerful as she couldn't resist it. The Heavenly Demon body couldn't withstand the Emperor weapon because she hadn't cultivated it to great success. She couldn't break through the dangerous situation like the white-robed Divine King back then. Granny Heavenly Demon roared and devoured the essence of the sun and moon. Several ancient bronze carriages flew over from afar and shattered in front of her. A few screams rang out. These were her 4 great disciples. Each of them had the cultivation of a cult master. They were summoned by her secret technique to die in her place. The 4 great experts were destroyed in body and soul. There was no suspense at all. They couldn't even struggle. This was the power of a holy weapon. In the distance, the others were horrified when they saw this. Those who could still move all fled for their lives. They were even more afraid than if they had seen the King of Hell. How could they resist such a weapon? In front of it, they were even less than ants. Sacred body. Granny Sky Demon roared with her spiritual will. She was extremely afraid. She could live for 4,000 to 5,000 years, and she was only halfway through her life. In the future, once she matured, she would be invincible. Even now, she could kill living fossils. She had long stepped into the 3rd layer of Immortal Foundation for many years, and only a few characters of the same generation as her could contend against her. If there were no accidents, she would rule the world in the future in the era when the saints did not appear. The road ahead of her was incomparably glorious. She did not want to die like this. Old witch, if you can survive, then the heavens will not tolerate it. However, using the goddess furnace to destroy you is a blasphemy. In the ancient times, it collected all the beauties in the world, but you are so ugly. Even at this point, Li Tian did not forget to criticize her. Yi Fan activated the goddess furnace. If one didn't truly control it, they would never know how terrifying a saint weapon was. It was simply not something that humans could contend against. At the very least, he felt that if he was struck by it, even his flesh shell would be turned into ashes. There was no hope at all. However, the consumption of a supreme saint weapon was also extremely great. Even someone as powerful as him could only activate a portion of its might. It was hard for him to unleash its full power. No wonder every single saint weapon is a supreme treasure of a sect. Not only is it because of its undefeatable might, but it also requires the power of the entire sect to activate it. However, at such a close distance, even if Yi Fan could only activate a strand of saint might, it was enough to kill Granny Sky Demon. With a light shake, the fist-sized goddess furnace in his palm glistened with moisture. It shot out a beam of mist that landed on Granny Sky Demon, shattering her 43 secret treasures before entering her body. She let out a final cry, "Undying Sky Demon Body." After that, her entire body disintegrated. Her primordial spirit wanted to use the Undying Sky Demon art to escape, but it was struck by another beam of mist. A sky demon of a generation ended her life before she could achieve anything great. Under the power of the saint weapon, everything turned into ashes. She was removed from the world just like that. Taiyin Divine Son, stop right there. Jianghu, where do you think you're going? Li Tian shouted, urging Yi Fan to attack. However, the moment he attacked Granny Sky Demon, the two of them had already escaped with the Divine Moon Chariot at an extremely fast speed. Almost everyone at the scene ran away. With such a weapon here, who would dare to fight against it? After finishing off Granny Sky Demon, Yi Fan had a new understanding of the saint weapon. With a weapon in hand, he could go anywhere in the world. Almost no one could stop him. The Golden Crow race was retreating. Although they were fast, they were not as fast as Yi Fan. This was his main target. The old Golden Crow was very terrifying, and his speed was comparable to lightning. In the end, the moment the saint weapon flew up, he could only let out a miserable cry. The goddess furnace enlarged and pressed down from the sky, turning him into ashes. What a pity! Jianghu is too slippery. She was the first to escape. That damned old sky demon was showing off for no reason. Why did she join in the chaos? Li Tian cursed regretfully. Everyone in this sea region had escaped. Only an island rose out of the water, and a cave abode appeared. The tender branch of the Fusang Divine Tree. It is indeed from the Undying Divine Tree. Yan Ishi exclaimed. He came to the cave abode and took down the golden branch. Endless spirit chi surged, and the terrifying sun saint power was circulating. He threw it out on the spot, and his fingers were almost ignited. Yi Fan caught it and circulated the ancient sun scripture. He immediately felt very comfortable and almost shouted out loud. He had refined the Taiyin black mist in the universe and had always been rich in yin and weak in yang. Now that he was nourished by the sun saint power, it was naturally the most suitable. If I can find the real Fusang Divine Tree and absorb endless sun saint power, I might be able to break through again. This cave abode was very small. Although multicolored light shot everywhere, there were no rare spirit treasures. There were only a few Divine Lord level weapons and a piece of the sea region map. This is a piece of the map. It points to the Fusang Divine Tree in the Valley of Tang. The Valley of Tang disappeared from the Eastern Sea. Unexpectedly, someone moved it to the Northern Sea and left an ancient map behind. Half a day later, Yi Fan and the others heard that someone in another sea region had obtained a map fragment and pointed to the Valley of Tang. Obviously, a sea region map had been broken down. 2 days later, the news of the goddess furnace's appearance spread throughout the Northern Sea. Almost everyone knew about it. Even Granny Sky Demon was killed. What a terrifying weapon! Li Tian and Yan Ishi had underestimated the furnace's fame. Many experts on the continent rushed over after hearing about it. Of course, it wasn't because it had a resounding reputation, but rather because it was notorious, leaving behind an indelible infamy in history. In the ancient times, the abandoned disciple of the path of human desire used it to collect all the beauties in the world. Since then, all the beauties in the world had lost their happiness and all the geniuses in the world sought it out. It could be said that the goddess furnace had been notorious for hundreds of thousands of years. Just mentioning it made people gnash their teeth in anger, even though it was forged by a great emperor. That damned lewd sect has appeared again. Capture their descendant and castrate him. While walking in the sea region, Li Tian heard such words and subconsciously closed his legs. He then cursed, "Damn it!" Yan Ishi was extraordinary and elegant. No matter where he went, there would be young girls surrounding him. But now, he had become a tiger on the quiet streets. Not to mention young girls, even an old woman or a female mosquito would flee when they saw him. Seeing this scene, even the cultured and refined Yan Ishi couldn't help but say, "Your grandfather's goddess furnace." In half a month, Yi Fan and the others opened another cave abode and obtained the second sea region map fragment. Moreover, he had also absorbed the Sun Saint power contained in this golden divine branch. We must find the Fusang divine tree. Yi Fan felt that if he could obtain the Sun Saint power contained in the Immortal divine tree, his Sun Sutra would definitely have a breakthrough. There are a total of 36 grotto heavens. We only obtained 2 of the treasure maps. It's far from enough, Li Tian said. He didn't have any thoughts about the ancient Fusang divine tree. He only wanted to enter the Tang Valley. That was a divine place where the ancient Sun Emperor passed away. The entire divine treasury of an ancient emperor is finally going to appear. We can't miss it. This was what all the cultivators were thinking. In the next 2 months, there were many battles in the North Sea. Affected by some kind of aura, all 36 grotto heavens appeared. Every major force obtained a piece of the map fragment. A few people who had the most favorable conditions got 2 or 3 pieces. Only by piecing them together could they determine the location of the Tang Valley. In the end, all the cultivators in the vast North Sea discussed and put aside their prejudices. They temporarily worked together to find the Tang Valley. Among them, the Golden Crow clan was the most anxious. In this process, there was only one thing that was not harmonious. The goddess furnace was too notorious. Many cultivators couldn't restrain themselves and wanted to attack it. However, even the Golden Crow clan endured and didn't attack Yi Fan and the others. Others naturally didn't want to cause trouble at this juncture. The Golden Crow clan had a great sage in ancient times. He must have left behind a sacred weapon. Be careful, Yan Ishi said. The situation doesn't look good. The Moon Palace, the Human King Hall, the Longevity Taoist Temple, and the Lunar Sect all have a sacred weapon. They must have brought all of them this time. Li Tian also frowned. They were going to enter the Tang Valley to find the divine treasury left by the ancient Sun Emperor. These sects would definitely come with their sect-guarding treasures. However, they had no choice. They had to cooperate to find the Tang Valley. Only by working together with others could they piece together the complete map. With the goddess furnace, we should be able to protect ourselves. Let's cooperate. In the end, they made this decision. On this day, the North Sea was calm. The seawater was terrifyingly black. Occasionally, ancient beasts appeared, revealing parts of their mountain-like bodies. It was a terrifying scene. In the sky, the 36 fragments of the map merged into one, forming a divine map of the sea. It pointed to a mysterious place, the Tang Valley. What a complicated ancient map. It needs to correspond with the stars in the sky to slowly deduce where it is. Everyone present was a possessor of an eternal inheritance, so their knowledge and experience were naturally superior to others. They acutely sensed the profundities within it at the first possible moment. The Moon Palace's sacred weapon is in Yi Qingwu's hands, and the Golden Crow clan's sacred weapon is carried by Luya. What do they mean? Yan Ishi said. Humph, who cares if she has a sacred weapon or not? Yi Qingwu can't escape this time. Li Tian opened the goddess furnace. There was a small altar inside. He carefully carved Yi Qingwu's name on it. Junior brother, the... Yan Ishi's expression changed. Senior brother, you are too boring. The goddess furnace is already here. Are you not going to unleash its true power? Li Tian laughed coldly. Then he said to Yi Fan, Brother Yi, let's cooperate later. Yi Qingwu can't escape. She will be subdued by us. Some of the giants studied for several days. They finally figured out the mystery of the divine map and deduced where it led. Every day, when the sun rose, they traveled 100,000 miles in the North Sea. Every time the 4 divisions and 28 constellations appeared, they would take a detour and travel another 100,000 miles. Just like that, after half a month, they came to a mysterious sea region. An ancient island sat in the middle of the Black Sea. It was full of vitality, and there were endless ancient medicines. The fragrance of medicine filled the air. The most shocking and exciting thing was that there was an ancient tree on the island. It was golden in color, as if it was made of gold. The golden leaves were lush, and the sun-saint power flowed through it. Chapter 7:16. The Tang Valley was also known as the Yang Valley. There were many legends in ancient China that it was the place where the sun rose. It was opposite to another secret place called the Yun, the place where the sun set. It was mentioned in the northern classic of the Great Wilderness. The North Sea was as dark as ink. The black waves reached the sky, vast and boundless. However, the Black Sea could not invade an inch of the Tang Valley. It was a peaceful land. The island was full of vitality. Old herbs were everywhere and all kinds of medicinal fragrances wafted over. It was as if one was baptized and their pores relaxed. An ancient golden tree stood tall, surrounded by divine clouds. The golden leaves on the tree were dazzling and densely packed, gently swaying like a sky full of stars. The others were shocked. They had finally arrived outside the Tang Valley and saw the legendary Immortal tree. Everyone was very excited. The Fusang ancient divine tree was the same as the Immortal herb. It could allow a great emperor to live for 2 lifetimes, not to mention its effects on ordinary people. Every great emperor has an immortal herb. It accompanied the ancient Sun Emperor for his whole life. The human emperor has long passed away in the ancient times, but it still exists. People sighed. After so many years, the ancient divine tree was still there, but the human emperor was long gone. No one could stop the passage of time. In the end, they would all pass away and become a wave in history. Even if one amazed the world and left behind an illustrious name, one could only be buried in the soil in the end. Yi Fan pondered silently. Weren't the Tang Valley and Fusang the legendary places and divine trees of ancient China? Why would they appear here? The classic of mountains and seas, overseas Eastern scripture recorded, below is the Tang Valley. Above the Tang Valley is the Fusang, bathing in 10 days. Another ancient book recorded, the Fusang tree is thousands of feet long and has a circumference of more than 1,000 feet. The 2 stems share the same root and depend on each other, hence the name Fusang. However, the Fusang tree in front of them only had 1 trunk, and it was not that tall. It was no more than 6 feet tall, but it was more majestic than a mountain. It had a special aura. The golden sun-saint power flowed as if it was opening up an ancient universe and evolving into 3,000 worlds. Golden mist lingered around, creating a magnificent scene. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder rang out. An ancient palace appeared above the 20-meter-tall golden Fusang divine tree. It was hazy and indistinct, like it was shrouded in clouds or in another world. The residence of the ancient Sun Emperor. Everyone's blood boiled. It was one thing to find the Valley of Tang, but never did they expect to see the ancient emperor's temporary imperial residence here. The voices of the crowd were like a boiling cauldron. Some experts had long since lost their patience and rushed towards the Tang Valley. They wanted to enter the divine island and fight over the undying tree to enter the ancient palace. Chi! Dozens of people hadn't even reached the island when they were struck by a streak of light, and they immediately turned into ashes. They didn't even have the chance to let out a miserable groan. This was the most original form of energy in the universe, sun-saint energy. This undying god tree was very terrifying. The golden leaves on the tree swayed and rustled. Just a single leaf's golden light was enough to destroy so many experts. It's the immortal tree. Perhaps it's the one with the most destructive power. It doesn't bear fruit, and it doesn't grow divine medicine. It only contains the sun-saint power. Many people felt as if cold water had been splashed on their heads. They deeply realized how terrifying the ancient emperor of the human race was. They no longer dared to act rashly. Yi Fan was even more astonished. There was an ancient palace in the void above the Fusang divine tree, and it was too similar to some of the records. The Chronicles of the 10 Continents recorded that Fusang was in the Jade Sea, and above it was the Grand Emperor Palace, where the East King Taijin resided. The Grand Emperor was the ancient emperor of the human race that created the Sun Sutra. This made him fall into a daze. The unofficial history that he had read in the past had actually become true. At this moment, Yi Fan had a feeling that time and space were in disorder. Why did the things that happened on Earth in the ancient Ziwei galaxy have their original form? Did the origin of life come from the same place? Or did someone transmit everything that happened here to the other side of the starry sky? Suddenly, a sense of horror rose in his heart. It was as if a great danger was about to befall him. He instantly activated the goddess furnace and the eternal universe scripture of the 4 extremes. "Lu Ya, don't you dare!" Li Tian shouted. At this moment, the people of the Golden Crow race made their move. They actually activated their sacred weapon and attacked Yi Fan and the others. It was a phoenix-winged golden centipede, also known as a black-winged divine centipede. It was shaped like a long spear and had 2 phoenix-winged blades. Its entire body radiated golden divine light and was incomparably sharp. It was a weapon forged by a great sage of the Golden Crow race. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and it contained a god's will that suppressed all living things. At this moment, the black-winged golden centipede revived and transformed into a golden crow. It left behind a resplendent golden light as it rushed over and slashed at Yi Fan and the others. A horrifying aura froze the vast North Sea, startled all the ancient beasts in the limitless sea domain, and made the cultivators at the scene tremble. This was the power of a sacred weapon. Once it was awakened, it was comparable to the birth of a saint. Although it was difficult to fully unleash its divine might, it was enough to suppress all overlords. Yi Fan activated the goddess furnace, and the fist-sized copper furnace in his palm was crystal clear like a goddess. It flew into the sky and flowed with mist, intoxicating everyone. The 2 ancient sacred weapons encountered each other, but they did not collide. Strands of divine multicolored light were released, and like magnets, they were locked in a stalemate. Lu Ya's expression was cold. His own incarnation was destroyed, his 9th brother was killed, and the 4th ancestor was also killed by the goddess furnace. He had wanted to take action a long time ago, but he had endured until now. Of course, this was also the will of the Golden Crow race. Otherwise, why would they use an ancient sacred weapon and have several great powers come forward to help activate this centipede? The resonant cry of the Golden Crow rang through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Golden flames surged, and the sacred force of the sun poured down in torrents. A large portion of the Black Ocean in this region was immediately evaporated, revealing the reefs at the bottom of the ocean. Several terrifying ancient beasts that were as large as mountains were hiding here, but they were instantly turned into ashes. The confrontation between the ancient sacred weapons brought disaster to many people. Many cultivators were like boiled dumplings as they fell down with polypala sounds, turning into a bloody mist and dying a violent death. However, those undying inheritances were all prepared. It was clear that they had seen through everything and used their sacred weapons to defend against the destructive fluctuations. Hong! Suddenly, the world's #1 beauty, Jianghu, made her move. A jade palace appeared above her head. This was an ancient sacred weapon made of divine jade from the 9 heavens, and its name was Moon Tower. She helped Lu Ya and suppressed Yi Fan's group from the other side. The Moon Tower's divine might was impressive, and within it, a fairy was faintly discernible as it pressed down. Li Tian was furious and said, "Your sacred weapons were defeated by me back then. Have you forgotten how the goddess furnace captured all your goddesses and fairies?" He was simply rubbing salt in their wounds. In the ancient times, the princess of the Golden Crow race and the fairies of the Moon Palace were captured by the furnace and fell into the hands of that disciple who had become a saint. One could imagine their fates. Even if it is a weapon forged by an ancient emperor for your ancestor, it still depends on the user's accomplishments. Luya shouted as he activated the Blackwing flowing gold centipede to suppress it. At the same time, Jianghu also stood on the moon tower and pressed down. Her divine clothes danced in the wind, and she looked like an exiled fairy. The red mole between her brows gave off divine light, and her entire body was filled with boundless spiritual energy. Two sacred weapons flew over and attacked Yi Fan's group at the same time. Even though it wasn't an overwhelming advantage, it was still very terrifying. Without a doubt, this was premeditated. Luya used the Golden Crow race's sacred weapon to block the goddess furnace while Jianghu used the moon tower to suppress them. They wanted to eliminate them in one fell swoop. What are you guys waiting for? They're from the Carnal Desire sect, and they're using the infamous furnace of the goddess. Let's kill them together. Luya shouted. Behind him, the experts of the Golden Crow clan moved together, helping him activate his weapon. Yi Fan's group stood at the edge and was already prepared for all of this. They knew that once they reached their destination, it wouldn't be good. At this moment, they didn't fall into the encirclement. The goddess furnace trembled. It was indeed heaven-defying and wanted to break free from the Blackwing flowing gold centipede. You think you can still leave? At this moment, the Taiyin divine sun moved. With the help of a few great elites, he used a sacred weapon to suppress the sparkling goddess furnace. Jianghu smiled faintly and opened her red lips. Her voice was very pleasant as she said, "Please enter the moon tower for a chat." Her divine clothes fluttered in the wind. Her figure was slender, and her oval face was as white and flawless as jade. Her eyes were full of spirituality. She activated the moon tower and was about to take them in. So what if you have a lot of sacred weapons? Do you think you can stop us? Yi Fan was fearless. As he activated the goddess furnace, he suddenly activated the army formula. Boom! The goddess furnace released a mysterious glow and a strange wave rushed out. The sacred weapons of the lunar sect and the Golden Crow race couldn't stick to this furnace and were broken free at this moment. The army formula was activated again, and the strange wave from the goddess furnace became even more intense. It affected the control of the others' sacred weapons. Luya's body moved, and the Taiyin divine sun also retreated. They almost lost control of their sacred weapons. Good, good, good. Seeing this scene, even Yen Ishi exclaimed in surprise. Yi Fan's heart shook. This wasn't all because of him. He had only cultivated the army formula for a short time, so he couldn't interfere with the sacred weapons like the sickly old man. Although his interference was effective, it was also because of the power of the goddess furnace. There was an emperor pattern inside. Although it wasn't an extreme emperor weapon, it was made by an ancient emperor, and it had an indescribably mysterious divine power. Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yen Ishi activated the goddess furnace together, and it carried them into the sky, crashing into the moon tower. Pang! This was a violent collision. The moon tower flew out like a ray of light, and Jianghu's celestial clothes fluttered in the wind, and she almost fell off her sacred weapon. One had to admit that the goddess furnace was very powerful. It didn't fall into a disadvantage even though it was restricted by 3 sacred weapons. Of course, it also had something to do with the interference of Yi Fan activating the army formula. Boom! Right at this time, there were others who took action. There were other legendary holy weapons that suppressed downwards, striking towards the goddess furnace. This furnace has been stinking for hundreds of thousands of years. What happened in the past is the shame of our ancestors, and we will destroy it together. After such a voice came, the number of sacred weapons increased, and it made Yi Fan and the others feel a great pressure. The weapons hadn't even arrived, but the aura of a saint was already overwhelming. I say, this goddess furnace is too hateful. Why is it like a rat on the street, and everyone wants to beat it up? Yi Fan felt strained as he controlled the furnace to attack. There's nothing we can do. My sect's abandoned disciple committed a great sin, but it shouldn't be blamed on us. Yen Ishi was helpless. Damn you, Daoiseng, you bastard. Did you have any female disciples in the ancient times? Why are you interfering? Li Tian was furious. At this time, the people from the ancient longevity temple also made a move, and they pressed forward. At this moment, There were no less than 5 sacred weapons. Almost all of the sacred weapons that could participate in the battle were about to make a move. No matter how strong the goddess furnace was, it couldn't block them. Yi Fan used the Bing formula to interfere, so he naturally had a way to retreat. However, he was very unwilling. The Fusang Golden Divine Tree was right in front, and the ancient Sun Emperor's Proving Tao Palace was suspended above. There must be divine treasures there. Let's enter the Tang Valley, Li Tian said. He also wanted to take a risk, and Yen Yishi also agreed. Okay. Yi Fan nodded. The 3 of them activated the goddess furnace together, and it turned into a ray of mist, flying into the Tang Valley. The moment they entered, boundless Sun Saint power surged over, but it was all blocked by the sacred weapon. It couldn't get close in a short time. Seeing this, the others also activated their sacred weapons and flew over. They didn't want to fall behind, and they all wanted to obtain the divine item left behind by the ancient human emperor. Everyone, the goddess furnace is a great threat whether in the past or now. We should work together to suppress it, Jianghu said. After entering the Tang Valley, people still chose to attack Yi Fan's group at first and didn't immediately fight for the Golden Divine Tree and the Great Emperor Ancient Palace. The sacred weapons clashed on the island, and streams of light flew out. Fortunately, this was the legendary Tang Valley, the place where the sun rose. Otherwise, they would have been turned into dust by a single strike. Damned Jianghu, she's too crafty. I didn't expect their moon tower to be so powerful. No wonder the goddess furnace had to spend so much effort to deal with them back then. Li Tian cursed. People fought fiercely, and the might of the sacred weapons covered the sky and earth. Divine multicolored light appeared above the Tang Valley, and it was almost boiling. The moon tower was very fierce, and it caused great trouble for Yi Fan's group several times. Jianghu joined forces with the others to attack unceasingly. Fortunately, some people didn't use their full strength in order to fight for the ancient Fusang tree, and they started to betray the alliance, rushing towards the ancient palace. The goddess furnace shot out 5-colored divine multicolored light. It was beautiful and dazzling, and it fell towards the Fusang divine tree. Yi Fan felt the vigorous life energy, and he circulated the Sun ancient scripture to refine it frantically. This is the most original Sun Saint energy. Even the ancient sacred emperors verified their Tao here. If I can absorb and refine it, I will definitely be able to break through continuously. Yi Fan's heart was moved. He had obtained many benefits in just a short period of time, and he wanted nothing more than to hug the golden Fusang divine tree and cultivate. Who can bury me in my homeland? Suddenly, an abrupt voice resounded, and a one-armed old man carrying a small pagoda appeared beside Yi Fan. An indescribable power surged out, and immediately he fell from the goddess furnace towards the Fusang divine tree. The green-clothed old man was filled with bewilderment, and he fell together with Yi Fan. His entire body was overflowing with light, and he landed in front of the undying tree, surrounded by endless Sun Saint energy. Yi Fan was shocked. This deity who said that he would give him a fortune appeared out of nowhere, and he was filled with puzzlement. At the same time, he felt that things weren't looking good. Leaving the goddess furnace would be extremely dangerous because there were a few sacred weapons in the sky. Boom! As expected, Jianghu smiled sweetly, and her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Her ivory white skin was sparkling and translucent, and she controlled the moon tower to descend, and without any suspense, it was sucked in. And at this moment, Li Tian also had an evil expression on his face. He opened the lid of the goddess furnace, and a small sacrificial altar was revealed. The 3 words Jianghu were engraved on it, and they were glistening brightly. What? Jianghu's expression changed, and she couldn't help but fly into the furnace. At this crucial moment, she activated the moon tower to protect her body, and it hovered above her head. She entered almost at the same time as Yi Fan. You are using a forbidden power. Yen Yishi stared at Li Tian with a serious expression. I don't have time to care so much now. Li Tian had an evil smile on his face, and he was very satisfied. The goddess furnace actually swallowed the moon tower, but then he shouted in exasperation, even though Jianghu was sucked in, that bastard Yi Fan also went in, King hate him. Chapter 717. Yi, what are you doing in there? Li Tian was furious. He opened the lid of the goddess cauldron and wanted to pour out everything inside. He's been taken into the moon tower, unless you release the tower as well, Yan Ishi said. Yi Fan, have some self-control. If you dare to compete with me for the number 1 beauty cauldron, don't even think about coming out. Li Tian threatened. Yan Ishi said, his life will most likely be in danger. Once he enters the moon tower, he must use the goddess cauldron to suppress it. Otherwise, something bad will happen. The golden-winged golden centipede flew over and drew out an eternal light. The weapon of the great sage of the golden crow race was very terrifying. Clank! Li Tian hurriedly sealed the lid and activated the goddess cauldron to resist. Lu Ya, I have no enmity with you, why are you going against me? Cut the crap. Lu Ya's body was overflowing with a murderous aura. Your golden crow race's princess is on good terms with my senior brother. Don't blame it on me. Li Tian smiled evilly. Lu Ya's expression became even colder. The weapon of the great sage of the golden crow race came to life and came crashing down. Yan Ishi's expression changed. He grabbed the goddess cauldron to fight against the golden-winged golden centipede. Dazzling sparks were drawn in the sky. This was a terrifying confrontation between sacred weapons. The extreme yin qi surged and a black mist came down. It was bone-chilling, lowering the temperature of the Tang Valley. The divine son of Tai Yin also made his move. At the same time, Taoist Sankei also came to help Lu Ya. With the help of the 2 old Taoists, he descended with a sacred weapon. The longevity halberd struck the goddess cauldron, creating a glaring haze that shook the Tang Valley. Go, retreat! Yan Ishi shouted. Although the others had rushed to the ancient Sun Emperor's palace, the 3 sacred weapons in front of them were enough to make them suffer. Why are you attacking us instead of looking for the divine item in the ancient emperor's resting place? Li Tian was annoyed. Let Lady Jianghu out. Taiyin divine prince shouted in the mist. He was like a fiend god walking in the darkness, surrounded by the Taiyin dark clouds. Quickly open the goddess furnace and invite Fairy Yi out. Taoist Sankei was otherworldly. His 8-trigram Taoist robe made him look otherworldly. It had to be said that Yi Qingwu's bearing was peerless and her charm was boundless. There were even a few sect master-level figures shouting from afar, telling them to let her go. The goddess cauldron was so clear that it was almost transparent. It knocked away the black-winged flowing gold centipede and tore open the void. It withstood the attacks from the divine weapons of the Taiyin divine prince and Taoist Sankei respectively and shot up into the sky. Buzz. Suddenly, another saint artifact appeared in the Tang Valley. An icy palace descended from the sky, covering the goddess furnace and Yan Ishi's group. Clang. This was extremely sudden. The ice-cold palace was majestic and grand, releasing a majestic aura. It smashed into the goddess furnace, making the 2 senior brothers who hadn't recovered from the attack cough out large mouthfuls of blood. It is indeed as the legends say. You guys still have a saint artifact. This is the real Moon Palace. Li Tian shouted. Let Jianghu out. A middle-aged beauty flew over. She was still charming, but her expression wasn't very good. The goddess furnace was notorious. Once one was sucked in, the consequences would be unimaginable if they couldn't be rescued. The number 1 beauty in the world has entered the goddess furnace and you still want to leave? Don't even think about it. There will be a good story in the future. Li Tian's evil aura was cold. Inside the furnace, there was a vast space filled with dense multicolored light. At this moment, a palace floated up and down. It was the Moon Palace. Yi Qingwu entered the saint artifact. She didn't dare to stay inside the goddess furnace's space because it was a space full of threats to fairies and saintesses. Inside the Moon Palace, the clouds and mist were faintly discernible. Palaces and pavilions stood in great numbers, white and flawless. Yi Fan wanted to break out of this place, but it was very difficult. It's useless. It is impossible for you to leave after entering the saint artifact. Yi Qingwu appeared. She stood on the clouds, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Her slender figure was moving and her oval face was even more lustrous than jade. Beneath her long eyelashes, her large eyes were deep and filled with spiritual light. Even though I can't leave, you are in trouble too. As a girl, you should pray for your own luck after entering the goddess furnace. Yifan said, "Submit to me and I will spare your life." Jianghu revealed a faint smile. She was stunning in this world and her appearance was unparalleled. Her voice was magnetic and incomparably pleasant to listen to. When she said such words, it made people feel that it was a bit sudden. It shouldn't have come from the number one beauty under the heavens. After entering the goddess furnace, your only way out is to submit to me. Only then will you be able to leave alive. Yifan said, "Right now, we are in the Moon Cold Tower. This is a sacred weapon passed down through generations and your fate is in my hands. If you don't submit, I can only let you rest in peace." Jianghu's black hair fluttered in the wind as her body shimmered with resplendent colors. Her beauty was so beautiful that it would cause people to be dazed. Number one beauty under the heavens, why do you like to make others submit? Do you like being a queen? Yifan teased. In this goddess furnace, I am in control of everything. Only when your primordial spirit is in my hands will I be able to negotiate with those outside. Jianghu smiled, yet her killing intent also gushed forth. I feel that you and I can sit down and have a good talk. Yifan seriously spoke. There's no need to drag things out. I won't give you a chance. Even if you have a saint physique, in this weapon of the ancient sages, your life and death will be in my hands. Jianghu was incomparably ethereal. Her steps were graceful as she spoke. Offer up your primordial spirit and I will spare your life. In the future, you can serve me as your master. A full-powered strike from a sacred weapon was something even third-level Immortal Foundation kings would die from. No matter how strong Yifan's flesh shell was, it was still far from reaching grand completion. It was impossible for him to withstand it. What's our relationship? Do I have to serve you day and night? Yifan asked. I've already given you a chance. Since you don't want to make a choice, don't blame me for acting. Jianghu ran her fingers through her hair as she calmly spoke. Suddenly, Yifan took the initiative to attack. His row-word art was unparalleled under the heavens. He transformed into a shadow and shot over, aiming for Jianghu, wanting to destroy a flower. It's useless. In the Moon Cold Tower personally created by the ancient sages, even a king physique at grand completion would find it hard to escape. Jianghu's magnetic voice was very alluring, but her actions were completely different. She showed no mercy at all. An intense tremor rang out as the entire Moon Cold Tower trembled violently. Countless beams of immortal light cascaded down towards Yifan. Each beam was sufficient to slay a supreme expert. This was a sure kill. A peerless beauty, graceful, but the moment she acted, she was like a goddess of war, extremely terrifying. Dang! An intense tremor rang out as the immortal light rained down. Yifan flew backwards, the myriad chi cauldron above his head almost separated from him. The scroll he obtained from the nest of 10,000 dragons was also fluttering in the wind. Other than that, he held a golden scepter in his hand that was also emitting colorful light. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth as he resisted the might of the sacred weapon and escaped this death calamity. A sealed sacred weapon. Jianghu's expression changed as she stared at the golden scepter that was emitting boundless killing intent. Her heart was not calm at all. The Moon Cold Tower could only unleash 10% of its divine might in the goddess furnace and was greatly suppressed. This was clearly the doing of Li Tian and Yenishi. Jianghu frowned. Using 10% of the sacred weapon's divine might to kill Yifan was a little troublesome. Although the scepter in his hand was sealed, it could still block a portion of the attack. I can't give you any more time. Her expression turned cold. Jianghu's entire body shot out precious light and her divine clothes were flowing with colorful lights. She looked valiant and formidable like a goddess. Her slender body moved and she struck out a divine moon that pressed towards Yifan. This was the condensation of the sacred weapon's celestial light. It flew out with the help of her hand to attack the enemy. The power of a saint was vast and mighty. Although the ancient scepter of the celestial court was a sacred weapon, it was sealed and could not release any divine might. Yi Fan could not attack with it in his hand. What is a sacred weapon? It is an alternative continuation of the ancient saint's life after his death. Do you think you can fight against a saint? Your weapon is dead. It's time to end this. Let me send you to rest in peace, Jianghu said. What she said was not false. Even if the sacred weapon could only unleash 10% of its divine might, it was still not something a human could fight against. Cracks appeared all over Yi Fan's body and his joints crackled. Outside, the Taiyin godchild attacked again. The Taiyin saint power froze everything, covering Yan Yishi and Yan Yishi, who were standing in front of the goddess cauldron in a layer of frost. Luya also attacked again. The black-winged flowing gold centipede slashed over, and a few sacred weapons trapped Li Tian and Yan Yishi in an attempt to snatch the goddess cauldron. Boo! The ancient palace above the Fusang divine tree shook violently as people from major powers rushed in. A chaotic battle had already broken out there, dyeing the place red with blood. Many people wanted to fight for the treasures left behind by the ancient human emperor. There were also cultivators who didn't rush into the palace and landed on the golden Fusang divine tree. However, this tree was very special. The Sun Saint power had burned many strong cultivators, and the most terrifying thing was that there was a one-armed old man in front of the tree. He shone like a sun and no one could get close. Although the divine treasures were about to appear, the middle-aged woman, Luya, and the Taiyin godchild didn't rush over immediately to stop Li Tian and the others with their sacred weapons. The goddess cauldron kept shaking and was almost smashed into the sky a few times. Bang! With a violent tremor, two sacred weapons came crashing down. Li Tian's arms were almost shattered as he coughed out blood. Yan Yishi also let out a muffled groan as his white clothes were stained with blood. At the same time, the third sacred weapon came crashing down and the goddess cauldron was almost flipped over. The two of them suffered heavy injuries as they were all sacred weapons. At this moment, it depended on the strength of the wielder. The two of them naturally couldn't stop the encirclement. Li Tian said ruthlessly, "At most, we will fight to the death." The most beautiful woman in the cauldron. Let Jianghu out and you can leave. The middle-aged woman from the Moon Palace said. If we want to leave, you won't be able to stop us. If you want to stop us, you have to destroy one of your sacred weapons. Li Tian started to use the forbidden power of the goddess cauldron to open the lid and carve runes on the small altar. Inside the goddess cauldron, Jianghu's expression changed. The power of the Tao of human desires filled the air and drowned the Moon Palace. She had a bad premonition as she recalled some legends. Bang! The pressure on Yi Fan was greatly reduced. A wave of pure power surged and blocked the Moon Palace, turning into a burning flame. Power of the great Tao of human desires. The inside of the goddess cauldron became hazy. The six desires' divine tribulation descended and interweaved with streaks of colorful light, drowning the inside of the cauldron and rushing into the Moon Palace. Bang! Jianghu's black hair fluttered. Her divine clothes were burned to ashes, revealing a pure white and moving body that was like ivory. She was completely naked, so perfect that it was suffocating. She didn't panic at all after suffering the attack of the six desires' divine tribulation. Even though she was facing Yi Fan naked, her expression was still calm. However, her black gem-like eyes were very cold. "I will send you on your way." The number one beauty shouted coldly. She activated the Moon Palace and ignored the invasion of the laws contained in the goddess cauldron. She decided to destroy Yi Fan first to prevent something bad from happening. The sacred weapon was completely revived. At this moment, the divine might it displayed surpassed the past and was peerlessly terrifying. Even if a divine king at the great perfection level came, he would still die in this situation. And now, the body of Yi Fan, who was far from great perfection, shattered with a pft. "I finally killed him first," Jianghu muttered to herself. However, not long after, a bloody light flashed not far away. Yi Fan's body was reborn, and he actually reappeared inside the divine cauldron. Jianghu's expression changed. Her body was as white as jade, and her appearance was beautiful and flawless. She had the wisdom of heaven and earth. Her legs were snow-white and long, and her waist was slender. She was like a jade sculpture, beautiful to the point of a dream. Yi Fan charged over with a cold expression. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he fought a great battle with Jianghu. Chapter 7:18. In this eternal moment, Yi Fan experienced death for the first time. It was the first time he clashed with an ancient saint's weapon grandmaster, and the first time his primordial spirit witnessed the regeneration of his flesh shell. This was the first time since he stepped onto the path of cultivation that the ancient god within the Moon Palace had severed his corporeal body. If it wasn't for the Emperor's talisman of chaos, he would have been in real danger. With the help of the talisman, his flesh was regenerated and he shot towards Jianghu like lightning. He shouted and two terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes. His body arched into the shape of a dragon and his hands shook. One channeled the Yin Saint power as black as ink, and the other channeled the Sun Saint power as blazing as the sun. His hands became the Yin-Yang divine points. In addition, his body emitted a dazzling radiance, and a circle of dense multicolored mist that resembled the light of Buddha rose up and turned into a circle, as if it was made by heaven. At this moment, his body became a perfect taiji. The yin and the sun rotated, the softness and the hardness coexisted, reaching the extreme and transforming into each other. Jianghu's expression changed. The traces of Tao, the form of Dharma, and the embodiment of techniques shocked her. This evolution was comparable to Yin Tianda's divine form when he broke through the 108 barriers of life and death laid down by the saint. She used the ancient saint's weapon just now and used up an immeasurable amount of divine power. She couldn't wield the moon tower immediately. At this moment, she shouted, 8 Virtues Treasure Wheel. A wheel-shaped divine wheel with 8 kinds of divine talismans appeared in the void. 8 beams of light shot down and turned into 8 cult master-level figures that attacked. Yi Fan's left hand shook and channeled the Yin Saint power. It was the Yin Fish divine point of the pitch-black Yin-Yang divine point. The softness of Yin spat out and destroyed one of the figures without a sound. He leaned forward and arched into the shape of a dragon. The Yin-Yang dividing line was like a sharp Tao sword. It turned into a blazing divine radiance and cut down the second figure. Bang! At this moment, he raised his right arm and channeled the Sun Saint power. The Yang Fish divine point swallowed and spat out. The entire Yang Fish turned into a dragon and flew out, obliterating the 2 figures. Jianghu was shocked. Yi Fan's divine form was too mysterious and powerful. Her expression changed drastically. Only the master of the 8 Visions Palace could compare to the divine form she comprehended. However, the form she comprehended was still lacking and couldn't be displayed right now. This left her extremely shocked and amazed. She activated the 8 Virtues Treasure Wheel, wanting to revive the 4 people she killed because they all had undying bodies. However, Yi Fan's speed was too fast, exceeding the limit. He transformed his flesh shell into a primal chaos, moving through the sky like a heavenly wheel, avoiding the remaining 4 figures and rising into the air. Clang! The golden taiji circle collided with the 8 Virtues Treasure Wheel. Crack! The 8 divine talismans on the treasure wheel dimmed a little, and 2 more cracks appeared on the already cracked wheel. What? Jianghu was shocked. The 8 Virtues' 8 wheels were secret treasures. Even though it had been shattered before, not as great as before, it still wasn't something sect master-level figures could shatter. 8 Forbidden Domain. That was the only possibility. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break such a treasure. She quickly retreated. After a moment of recuperation, she had recovered some of her vitality. She activated the Moon Palace Tower again, wanting to kill Yi Fan in a single strike. She did not believe that Yi Fan could recover. Wang! A strange sound rang out. Strand after strand of immortal light condensed into a divine moon, within which a fairy was faintly discernible. Yi Fan's heart trembled. It was precisely the deity contained within the holy weapon. Just now, it was precisely the flesh shell that was broken. There was a moon fairy within that divine moon. This weapon spirit was no different from a human, possessing the dignity and power of a saint, making it difficult for others to resist. He experienced how terrifying a saint was. That was a boundless universe, a boundless sea of divine power, a space-time abyss that walked towards destruction. I've heard that the corporeal body of a saint is unparalleled. In that case, let me go and compete with the deity within the holy weapon. Yi Qingwu's black gem-like eyes flickered with cold light. Her black hair danced lightly, and the hem of her clothes fluttered. She was like an exiled immortal that had descended to the mortal world. It was another sure-kill attack. The deity within the divine moon pounced over, and the aura of an ancient saint covered the heaven and earth, pressuring everyone until they couldn't breathe. This time, Yi Fan's expression was calm without any ripples. That was because on his shoulders, there were two pieces of rusty green copper floating motionlessly. Not long ago, his flesh shell was cut open by this holy weapon, and the two pieces of old copper in the sea of reincarnation fell out. Now, they were hanging on his shoulders. Boom! When that deity flew over, it was like a divine moon exploding. Multicolored light shot out in all directions, covering the heaven and earth. Yi Fan circulated the army formula and forcefully controlled the two pieces of old copper to block in front of him. They rippled with a few green lights. In the divine moon, that deity that was like the moon fairy keenly sensed something. The few green lights shot out by the old copper were a fatal temptation to her, and she pounced over to kill. A deity that possessed the aura of an ancient saint would hardly attract any attention in this world. However, at this moment, she was like a moth flying into a flame, throwing caution to the wind. Rip! The body of the fairy in the divine moon trembled. She wanted to seize the essence of the old copper, but her body was evaporated into a mist, and a large hole appeared on her body. Ah! She cried out in alarm. Her divine senses rumbled in the entire moon palace as she quickly retreated. Behind her, Yi Qingwu was shocked. Her divine eyes were terrifying, and her oval face was lustrous and translucent. Disbelief was written all over her face, and she almost didn't dare to believe everything. This was a holy weapon that had been passed down through the ages. The deity contained within had grown up together with the saints of the past. It was born in the heavenly tribulation, and it would never perish. How could this be? Facing two pieces of rotten copper, she suffered such a great loss. It was as if she had suffered an extremely serious injury. No one would believe it if she said it out loud. Two pieces of broken copper. Yi Qingwu retreated. Her body was snow-white and sparkling, and not a single strand of dirt could be seen. Her figure was slender, and her curves were undulating. Yi Fan naturally knew that the green copper could block holy weapons. Back then, under the attack of the Emperor weapon, these two pieces of old copper protected him for a short period of time. He took a step into the sky, and his body turned into a mark. His left and right hands reached out at the same time, and the moon and the sun collided, emitting a glaring and dense multicolored light. It was as if an ancient universe had been cut open. The endless river of stars wreaked havoc everywhere, covering the front with a vast expanse of whiteness. Yi Qingwu shouted and used the 8 Virtues treasure wheel to block. At the same time, she used 9 types of ancient divine techniques to resist the dazzling light produced by the fusion of the moon and sun. The 8 Virtues treasure wheel released a crisp sound. This time, 5 more cracks appeared, and the 8 undying bodies all retracted into it, unable to come out again. At the same time, Yi Qingwu's delicate body shook violently. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and a strand of it landed on her pure white and ample chest. It actually injured me. The moon and sun melted into one body. Could it be that the legend of the 8 restrictions is really going to be broken? Every inch of her jade-like skin was flowing with luster, as if she was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. She continuously retreated. The holy weapon had lost its use. After being injured by the 2 pieces of old copper, that deity seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and could no longer be activated. Yi Qingwu's expression was solemn as she fought against Yi Fan with the ancient techniques that she had learned. At this moment, her face was filled with shock. It's still the 8 restrictions realm, but why did he injure me just now? Did he break the ancient restriction of gods in an instant? Yi Qingwu was terrified. Every level of the Immortal Foundation could be divided into 9 small realms, but they were only generally described by the early stage, mid-stage, and peak stage. There were no 9 levels. Yi Fan was in the early stage of this first heaven, but she had already entered the mid-stage. Moreover, she was someone who had broken the 7 restrictions realm and ranked first among the heavenly ladies. Even if he has the sacred body of the ancients, I have the Guanghan spirit body. My realm is higher than his, and I also have the 7 restrictions realm. How could I be injured? Yi Qingwu's heart was filled with monstrous waves. Could it be that he really broke the ancient restriction of gods in an instant? In this world, only Yin Tianda could stand in the 8 restrictions realm and cultivate for more than 30 years. His strength was unfathomable, and no one could measure his depth. Although Yi Qingwu also had an initial glimpse of the 8 restrictions, she was still a step away from breaking through. She believed that given enough time, she would definitely be able to break through. Now that she had encountered Yi Fan, how could she not be shocked by his performance just now? In this world, if anyone in the Ziwei Ancient Star region could prove their Tao, it would definitely be between Yin Tianda and her. Now, another heaven-defying monster had appeared, which shocked her. Yi Fan's eyes were like lightning, and his expression was cold. Although the woman before him was the most beautiful in the world and was known as the #1 beauty in the world, he was still as calm as an ancient well and attacked with all his might. After coming to this world, this was the first time he was almost killed by someone. If not for the ancient Chaos Emperor talisman, he would only be left with his primordial spirit. It would be extremely difficult for him to reform his flesh shell, and the consumption would be great. The Guanghan spirit body, 7 restrictions realm, and 2nd level Immortal Foundation were all at the mid-stage of the Immortal Foundation. However, at this moment, Yi Qingwu's expression was solemn. Her jade-like body glowed with light as she seriously fought against Yi Fan. After all, she was injured earlier and there was trepidation in her heart. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Fan used the Battle Saint art to manifest the golden taiji of his human body before suddenly punching out with this unparalleled fist art. Bzz. There was no sound like mountains collapsing or tsunamis crashing. There was only a mysterious hum that was extremely terrifying. He felt as though he had ascended into the heavens, and his entire body felt extremely comfortable. This fist strike was extremely carefree. The golden taiji of his human body shone with a brilliant light, unleashing a terrifying might as he flew out. Pooh! Yi Qingwu was flung through the air as she coughed out blood. Her beautiful and flawless body trembled as a look of shock appeared on her face. This time around, she was certain that Yi Fan had broken through the forbidden domain of the myriad ancient gods in an instant. Although it was only for an instant, it was extremely terrifying. The forbidden domain of the myriad ancient gods was a domain that could only be touched by divine might. After breaking through 8 restrictions, one would enter the limit of 9 or even surpass 9. From the beginning to the end, the goddess furnace was constantly changing. The 6 desires divine tribulation interweaved, ancient heavenly sounds rumbled, Tao marks appeared, and colorful lights flooded the world. Yi Qingwu's expression changed. While fighting against Yi Fan, the power of the goddess furnace finally invaded her, causing her to feel a wave of fear. This was the infamous goddess furnace. In the past, it had captured all the beauties in the world in one fell swoop. That was an incomparably dark era, and no one could escape once they fell into the furnace. Within the furnace, the ancient sacrificial altar flickered with thousands of runes that overflowed into every inch of space. The deities of the Moon Imperial Tower were already asleep, so they naturally couldn't stop it. Yi Qingwu began to tremble. Her starry eyes were overflowing with color, and her hair was disheveled. Her snow-white neck was like that of a swan, and her figure was slender and well-proportioned. Her curves were undulating up and down, incomparably perfect. Her body was as white and flawless as ivory. She was struggling. Yi Fan let out a loud roar and used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist again. He smashed forward with an indomitable will, and his murderous intent surged throughout the entire divine furnace. Motherf***. Outside the furnace, Li Tian cursed. He lifted the lid and carved the name Yi Fan on the sacrificial altar. Chapter 719. Li Tian was covered in blood. The wound on his back exposed his spine, and 3 of his sternum were protruding. His abdomen was almost cut open, and his intestines almost flowed out. It was a frightening sight. You guys won't have a good time since I'm injured. I don't want the so-called most beautiful woman in the world anymore. Jianghu will forever fall into the lust of men. Li Tian was ruthless. At this moment, they had already rushed into the ancient palace above the Fusang tree to fight for the ancient Sun Emperor's inheritance. However, they didn't find the ancient scripture, but the battle was getting more and more intense. The Moon Palace and the Golden Crow race attacked with their sacred weapons, causing him to be seriously injured. The black-winged golden centipede flew across the sky and turned into a golden crow in Lu Ya's hand. Every time it flapped its wings, thousands of light blades would fly out. Most of Li Tian's injuries were like this. If the goddess furnace didn't dissolve the power of the ancient sacred weapon, he would have most likely turned into ashes. At this moment, many people were attacking them, led by the Moon Palace. They were desperately activating their sacred weapons. Jianghu had been taken in, so how could the sect not go crazy? That ice crystal-like palace fell several times. Yan Ishi coughed up blood, and his white clothes were stained with blood. He wasn't any better than Li Tian. It wasn't that the goddess furnace wasn't good, but there were too many sacred weapons attacking them. There were 4 of them, and Taiyin Divine Sun and Sankei attacked from time to time. This palace had extremely powerful sun's sacred power. People believed that it was the place where the ancient human emperor passed away, but they didn't find anything. Below, in front of the 60-meter-tall golden Fusang tree stood a one-armed old man in green robes. He looked incomparably perplexed, making it even more difficult for others to approach him. A stone coffin lay in disarray. Some people tried to kill it with their sacred weapons, but they were all blocked. Buzz. The goddess furnace trembled slightly and emitted 5-colored divine lights. There were 5 energies surrounding it, and there was a dazzling and misty light. A beautiful woman appeared with blurred eyes. Li Tian, what are you doing? Stop this, I'll let you leave. The middle-aged woman from the Moon Palace shouted with an extremely ugly expression. The goddess furnace had a bad reputation. There were many legends about it, and this change was undoubtedly reviving the laws of desire. It was enough to make the people inside fall into the sea of desire. It's too late. Do you think I'm a peddler who can bargain with you? What number 1 beauty in the world? From now on, I'll change my name to Moon Lust Woman. Li Tian didn't buy it at all. Together with Yan Ishi, he activated the goddess furnace and killed his way through the ancient palace, searching for the ancient emperor's legacy. Jade slip, there's a bookshelf here. Someone opened up a secret room in the ancient palace. A group of people rushed over and fought over it, calling out to their sections. Luya, Daoisen, Taiyin Son of Heaven and the others abandoned Yan Ishi and Li Lidian and rushed over as well. Only the people from the Moon Palace were fighting the 2 of them. Voila! Below the ancient palace, the 60-feet-tall golden Fusang divine tree swayed. The Sun Saint force surged. The green-clothed old man stood alone and muttered to himself in confusion, "Who can bury me in my homeland, crow nest?" Someone cried out in alarm. On the propping mulberry tree, the golden leaves trembled and a bird's nest appeared between the luxuriant branches and leaves. Golden crow feathers flickered inside. Is that the lair of a fairy? People were astonished. The golden crow race on the North Star couldn't be a true golden crow. It was like the difference between a flood dragon and a true dragon. However, it was unusual for a crow nest to appear on an immortal tree with flickering golden crow feathers. It was most likely left behind by an immortal spirit. The immortal tree belongs to our golden crow race. Many experts from this race didn't enter the ancient palace and gathered here, including a few golden crow princes. Nonsense, the Fusang divine tree accompanied our human race's ancient sun emperor to prove the Tao. How could it belong to your golden crow race? A human cultivator snorted. Who doesn't know that the Fusang divine tree and the golden crow are inseparable? It's the dwelling place of our race's progenitor. A golden crow prince snorted. Then how do you explain our human race's ancient Sun Emperor raising a Fusang divine tree? Someone shouted. A rumble came from above the 60 feet tall golden tree. A giant palace was opened, and an archaic aura rushed out. Many people cried out in alarm. The human race's ancient king's alchemy room. Heavens, there's a bottle of 9 transformations immortal pill. This thing is immortal after myriad tribulations and is refined from an immortal medicine. Is there more in the bottle? Inside the ancient palace, there were first cries of alarm, then miserable cries. A fierce battle broke out. Many people fell into madness as they fought over the ancient king's inheritance. Inside the goddess furnace, Yi Fan was greatly affected. The 6 desires tribulation descended and the great Tao of carnal desires covered the sky and earth. His movements also became sluggish. This wasn't a true attack, but rather a strange power that affected people's emotions. It made them sink into depravity and not want to awaken. However, during this process, he and Jianghu were still fighting. They didn't stop and used everything they had learned in their lives to fight to the death. If there were only 2 people in the Ziwei ancient star field who could prove the Tao in the future, then Jianghu would occupy one of the spots. One could imagine her talents and potential. The great Tao of carnal desires, however, at this time, her starry eyes were blurred and she couldn't control herself. Her primordial spirit was unstable, and her flawless body was trembling. At this moment, her black hair shone brightly like silk. Her waist was small and her legs were long and slender. Luster flowed about and her pure white body produced strands of red multicolored light. However, she wasn't an ordinary person in the end. Her talents were exceptional and her willpower was extraordinary. Her eyes lit up and she immediately became clear-headed again. Yi Fan also suffered a blow, but he was similarly an extraordinary person. A divine lamp lit up in his heart and he didn't sink into depravity. Yi Fan, how about we cooperate? Otherwise, if we sink into depravity here, there will be no hope of proving the Tao in the future. Jianghu's breath was like orchids as she discussed with him. Is there a need? What can this furnace do to me? Yi Fan flatly refused. Moreover, he was completely unrestrained as he sized up the body that was as smooth as jade. He looked left, right, up and down. Even though Jianghu's willpower far exceeded that of ordinary people, this was the first time she had been stared at by a man like this. She couldn't bear it. If this goes on, you and I won't be able to block the power of the goddess furnace's Tao marks. Do you think you will only sink into depravity for a period of time? It can affect one's Tao. I'm not afraid. It is best to use this furnace to refine one's heart. You can be as charming as you want. I will admire you with an ordinary Tao heart. Yi Fan said. I can also block the trial of refining the heart, but can you resist the power of a saint? Jianghu couldn't calm down now because the goddess furnace's aura made her feel more and more fear. She didn't want to fall here again. Bang. The 2 were still fighting and it was becoming more and more intense. They fought from the moon to the furnace world and saw that altar. It was shining like a deity as it floated there. Jianghu and Yi Fan's names were written on it. Moreover, they were connected by mysterious Tao marks and circulated a terrifying aura. What? Jianghu's expression completely changed. At first, she thought that only her name was carved on it, but after seeing it now, her body trembled. The 2 of them were in the furnace world together, and even their names were carved. A bad premonition arose in her heart. Human desire great Tao. The ancient altar rumbled and released ripples that pressed downwards. At this moment, both of them felt a strange emotion. Yi Fan, let's work together. Otherwise, there will be no hope of confirming the Tao in this life. Hong. The ancient altar above trembled and released the heavenly sounds of the great Tao that pressed downwards. It was like a great bell ringing, giving people the illusion that they were about to comprehend the Tao. In reality, the 2 of them felt like they were about to sink into depravity. Their bodies were boiling hot. This was the human desire great Tao, the goddess furnace's natural laws. As long as one was human, there wasn't a single person who didn't have emotions and desires. This altar directly interfered with their primordial spirits, wanting to make them fall into human desire. Die for me. Yi Fan snorted coldly. His primordial spirit was like iron, his will like steel. The small golden lake between his brows turned into a Dao sword that slashed outwards. However, a beautiful goddess appeared in the sky. She sealed the Dao sword back and descended gently. She didn't attack with killing intent, but this made Yi Fan and Yi Qingwu feel more and more strange. This is the power of a saint, a deity nurtured by the goddess furnace. How can we contend against it? Yi Qingwu cried out in fear. She was truly afraid. She no longer fought against Yi Fan and flew into the distance. As the #1 goddess of the Ziwei ancient star field, she had always been proud and aloof since a young age. How could she endure falling into the sea of desire? That would be worse than death for her. Chung. At this moment, Yi Fan took action again. He was a bit worried that it might affect his future Dao confirmation. With the human desire laws on his body, no one knew what would happen. However, this time, he didn't fight against the goddess furnace. Instead, he attacked Yi Qingwu. He used all kinds of secret techniques in a world-shocking confrontation. What? Why are you so unaffected? The #1 beauty of the Ziwei ancient star field was astonished. At this moment, she was weak and powerless. With the human desire laws on her body, she couldn't even attack. Yi Fan immediately understood that this was all because of the 2 pieces of bronze. He had cursed the green bronze many times. He had never taken the initiative to attack and always defended passively. Today, it was still the same. However, it allowed him to resist the human desire laws of the goddess furnace. He wasn't affected much. An intense confrontation. Buzz. In the end, a dazzling light flew out. A flower of blood flew dozens of meters into the air. Yi Qingwu's head flew off and was cut off in the world of the furnace. The #1 beauty in the world had died, but Yi Fan didn't feel much emotion. This woman was beautiful and incomparably powerful. If not for the divine furnace's influence, it would be very difficult to cut her head off. No matter how beautiful you were and how you could charm all living beings, in the end, you would still be a skeleton. No matter what, you would still die. Yi Fan was protected by the green bronze. Although he was a bit affected by the human desire laws, it wasn't a big deal. He stood in place silently, waiting for Li Tian and the others to open the furnace. Kacha. Suddenly, there was a sound in the distance. The 8 Virtues treasure wheel flickered with dazzling brilliance. Rays of vitality flew out as Yi Qingwu was revived. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He immediately understood that this treasure was extremely powerful and mysterious. Legend had it that it was once a sacred weapon of a sect. However, it was broken and fell into the hands of the Moon Palace. Even though it was broken, it still had a powerful undying function. The 8 sect masters that were formed could never be destroyed. Unexpectedly, it was still effective on the owner. Pif. Yi Fan flew up and pointed with a finger. A flower of blood bloomed from the glabella of the world's most beautiful Yi Qingwu. She had just appeared and was killed again. Kacha. The 8 Virtues treasure wheel rang again. It rushed into the sky and flew into the depths of the furnace. Yi Fan chased after it and attacked with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. However, Yi Qingwu hid in the 8 Virtues treasure wheel. Although cracks appeared on it, it was still a corner of the sacred weapon and couldn't be destroyed. Boom. The mortal desire Great Dao had descended. The goddess in the sky was extremely charming. She turned around and smiled. Her clothes fluttered as she flew down. This was a power that could make one's primordial spirit leave the body. It would make one sink into the endless abyss and fall from grace. No! Yi Qingwu cried out in fear. She wasn't this frightened even when she was killed by Yi Fan. Now, she cried out involuntarily and was filled with fear. It was useless even if she hid in the 8 Virtues treasure wheel. The mortal desire Great Dao laws could enter. Yi Fan, how about we cooperate? If you help me resist this calamity, I am willing to pay any price. As a proud daughter of the heavens, she looked down on all living beings. It was very difficult for her to say such words. Sure, I have the green copper to stop the goddess furnace. As long as you offer up a strand of your primordial spirit, I can guarantee that you will never fall. Yi Fan used Yi Qingwu's condition back then. You are going too far. Yi Qingwu's eyes were blurry and her eyelashes trembled. Her flawless face was filled with unwillingness. Her entire body was sparkling and snow-white. She stood in the 8 Virtues treasure wheel and did her best to resist the mortal desire great Tao laws. Then I have nothing else to say. Yi Fan walked to the side and allowed the mortal desire great Tao to fall. That goddess almost hugged the 8 Virtues treasure wheel in her arms. Hurry and force the mortal desire great Tao away. I agree. Yi Qingwu surrendered and cried out in fear. She was afraid of falling into the sea of desire forever. Those ancient legends made every woman in the world afraid. Yi Fan walked forward and used the army formula to activate the 2 pieces of green copper to resist the mortal desire great Tao. He took the 8 Virtues treasure wheel in his hand and let a strand of his primordial spirit appear. A 7-colored fairy flew out from the 8 Virtues treasure wheel. She was formed from a primordial spirit and was incomparably holy. She was like the reincarnation of a goddess from the 9 heavens. She was so beautiful that it was unreal. Swoosh! A strand of primordial spirit rushed out from between Yi Fan's brows and turned into himself. He flew over to suppress that 7-colored fairy and engrave his own imprint on her. Suddenly, the 7-colored fairy released a light shout and spat out a divine moon from her mouth. She wanted to use this to control Yi Fan. Pa! Yi Fan's primordial spirit held the deity striking whip and was incomparably calm. It swung down and sent the divine moon flying with a pa sound. It was clear that the divine moon was a world-shocking secret treasure. Otherwise, other primordial spirit weapons would have definitely turned to ashes under the deity striking whip. I knew you weren't willing and had other methods. Yi Fan's primordial spirit held the deity striking whip and rushed forward murderously. Right at this moment, the mortal desire great Tao descended from the sky and immediately submerged the 2 primordial spirits. The 2 merged together. Yi Qingwu's primordial spirit cried out in alarm. Her entire body went limp and her skin was snow-white like ivory. 7-colored multicolored light curled around it. The 2 primordial spirits were exactly the same as their original bodies. They tangled together in the void. Because there was some distance between them and the 2 pieces of old bronze, the goddess furnace took advantage of this opportunity. Yi Qingwu's original body cried out softly. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's original body also almost cried out loudly. Everything that the primordial spirit experienced was the same as his own body. It was no different from his true body. How could it be like this? Not far away, Yi Qingwu's original body was trembling. For someone as pure as ice and as pure as jade, this was too strange and terrifying. It was no different from what she experienced herself. The 2's original bodies stood opposite each other and stared at the void together. Their expressions were both strange as they looked at the entangled primordial spirits. Their bodies were also trembling. Chapter 720. In the world of the furnace, this was a strange scene that made one's blood boil. 2 naked bodies were entangled in the air, and on the ground, there were 2 identical people looking up. Yi Qingwu screamed at a high decibel level. Her originally pleasant and magnetic voice was especially ear-piercing at this moment. She almost didn't dare to believe everything. She was naked in the sky. Her body was white and flawless, overflowing with brilliant colors. It could be said to be a masterpiece of the heavens. Her body was slender, and every inch of her skin was shining. That her was entangled with another man. It was so dazzling that she almost fainted. This was something she didn't even dare to think about in the past. Yi Qingwu witnessed everything. It was as if she was an outsider, but she felt as if she was experiencing it herself. Everything that happened was truly felt by her. Her primordial spirit was connected to her body, and every feeling was no different from what she experienced herself. At this moment, she was naked, and her body was covered in layers of red clouds. On the other side, Yi Fan also had a strange expression. This was very strange. He was clearly standing on the ground, but he saw and felt what the other him was doing. This was clearly his experience, and he was the one doing it. However, he had this kind of perspective to examine his confusion. At this moment he was also in a trance. In the air, That man was like a god of war descending to the mortal world. His thick black hair draped over his chest and back, and his body flickered with precious splendor. He was strong and powerful. And that woman was jade-like. Her curves were undulating, and she was slender and graceful. Her body was glowing with light, and it made one's blood boil. The two were entangled, and everything was too dreamy. This was too unreal. He didn't even have any thoughts before all of this happened. The primordial spirit and the body were inseparable, and he was personally experiencing what the other him was doing. The two naked bodies merged together, and it was endlessly charming. Jianghu stood in the distance, leaning against the 8 Virtues treasure wheel. She was almost paralyzed on the ground. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and she couldn't accept all of this. In the air, panting sounds could be heard from time to time. The 7-colored woman's body was covered in a layer of pink clouds, and it almost drove her crazy as she screamed incessantly. "No, all of this is fake," Jianghu shouted weakly. Her body was weak, and she couldn't stand it all. "Under my Tao, everything is empty," Yi Fan muttered to himself. Upon hearing his words, Jianghu's black hair shone brightly and her starry eyes glowed. She really wanted to scold him, but she eventually closed her sexy red lips. The chaotic scene in midair, as well as the sound that shook one's heart, was enough to throw the world into chaos. Everything was just that mystical. Finally, after an unknown period of time, the sky calmed down. On the 8 Virtues treasure wheel, Jianghu was drenched in sweat. She wanted to take back the primordial spirit. To her, this was a torture that was like traveling between heaven and hell. However, at this moment, regardless of whether it was her original body or primordial spirit, they were both weak and powerless, almost unable to budge. They fell weakly there, their entire bodies covered in pink clouds. Bang! Yi Fan's vital spirit made a move, using the deity whipping whip to defend himself. His golden divine thoughts turned into a Tao sword, imprinting itself on the body that was as white as ivory. Jianghu cried out in alarm and struggled helplessly. Her primordial spirit was unable to move and could not escape. It was suppressed by the deity beating whip, and the Tao sword pierced through, leaving an indelible mark. Jianghu raised her eyebrows, and her oval face was filled with unwillingness. Her pupils, which were filled with spiritual energy, shrank rapidly, and she clenched her fists tightly. But it was useless. Offering her primordial spirit and imprinting was her request to Yi Fan, and now it was reflected in her body. This made her feel extremely ashamed and angry. "Just kill me." "Why should I kill you?" Yi Fan's primordial spirit returned to his body and stood in the distance. He said, "In the future, I can help you fight against Yin Tianda, Taoist, Tain Divine Sun, Luya, and the others, so that you can prove your Tao in the Ziwei ancient galaxy. You want to use me against them and make me your slave? I will not yield." Jianghu retracted her primordial spirit and stood up slowly. The pink clouds faded away, revealing her graceful body, fair and alluring. "Kill them and you will be the strongest in the future. No one will be able to compete with you. In the future, only you can prove your Tao. I will not compete with you in the Ziwei galaxy." "There is no conflict," Yi Fan smiled. "You devil, you want to help me rise and get rid of your greatest enemy. You even said it in such a dignified manner, but you want me to become your puppet." Jianghu was as pure as ice and as clean as jade. She had all the beauty in her body. Even though her expression was cold, she was still extremely seductive. Hell and heaven are separated by a single thought. It depends on how each person understands it and chooses. I think we can get along well. "There is no need to talk about using me as a puppet," Yi Fan said. Jianghu bit her red lips, and her black hair covered half of her face, but it could not hide her seductive jade-like skin. She actually wanted to step on Yi Fan, but at this moment, she felt helpless. "Demon! Maybe I will create a path for you to go to heaven and let you live a carefree life. From then on, no one will be able to compare to you," Yi Fan said. "The path to becoming a great emperor is filled with corpses. You want me to walk in front of you? What will you do?" Jianghu mocked. "My path is not here. This world is yours." Yi Fan smiled calmly. You really are a demon. You want me to be your spokesperson. Jianghu combed her hair and took out a snow-white dress. She slowly put it on in front of him, covering her beautiful and flawless body. Don't make it sound so bad. Sooner or later, you will become the most beautiful light in this world. You will become a holy goddess that everyone will worship. You will shock the world and brighten this land. Yi Fan faintly smiled. In the eyes of the world, the flawless goddess is high up and out of this world. But she is in the hands of a demon. Is this your plan to raise a goddess? Jianghu mocked herself. You must have confidence in yourself. If you have the heart to prove your Tao, the imprint on your spirit is nothing. You will cut it off sooner or later, Yi Fan said. Do I have any other choice? After falling into your hands, I can only look up to heaven from hell. Jianghu was peerless. After putting on her dress, she was not tainted by the world at all. She was ethereal. Why are you saying all this? We don't need to separate ourselves. We will work happily together. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile. Jianghu could no longer maintain her ethereal posture. She thought about the scene just now. They were naked and there was indeed no distinction between them. She wanted to scold him, but in the end, she held it in. She calmed her emotions and said in a cold voice, "The Ziwei ancient galaxy is a land of great heroes. There are countless geniuses. I'm afraid you are still far from being able to contend for the world with your current strength. You just need to have confidence in yourself. One day, you will become a goddess worshipped by the world." After Yi Fan finished speaking, his spirit turned into a sword and cut himself. He was erasing the traces of the great Tao of man. After experiencing everything just now, something was indeed left behind. He was afraid that it would really affect the future. In the past, when he broke the curse of the divine body, he was suppressed by the great Tao and left behind a terrifying scar. In the end, he healed it, so he was not afraid of a single law. Golden clouds rose from his body like boiling water. An hour later, everything was erased. Yi Fan opened his eyes and said, "Do you need me to remove the marks? You don't have to worry about it. I can remove all traces myself." Jianghu regained her ethereal state and her voice was magnetic. Her skin was like a fairy and her bones were overflowing with auspicious clouds. An hour later, she had also removed all traces. She was otherworldly, like a fairy on a misty cliff that could fly away with the wind at any time. Yi Fan was shocked. This girl's talent was indeed terrifying. No wonder she was considered to be one of the people most likely to prove the Tao in the future. He felt that if he didn't kill this girl and raised her into a pure and clean fairy, she would most likely be of great use in the future. The moon spirit physique was actually so stunning that it could suppress the world. The deity in the furnace had long since disappeared. The six desires tribulation had ended and no longer descended. The two of them didn't speak and the atmosphere was strange. They couldn't help but think about everything that happened just now. In the outside world, the battle was intense. Yan Ishi and his senior brother had snatched a few jade scrolls, but they were also heavily injured and surrounded by everyone. Li Tian couldn't help but laugh evilly. He knew that the goddess furnace must have been useful because it had released the power of the great Tao of man's desire, scaring away the people surrounding him. "You all attacked me. Now I will give you all a great gift. I will return the world's #1 beauty to you." The void trembled. He flipped the goddess furnace over and released the person he sucked inside. He loudly transmitted sound to everyone and said, "Everyone, please look." It was unknown just how many pairs of eyes looked over, all of them experts from various sections. The goddess furnace was notorious. Everyone wanted to know Jianghu's fate, especially the younger generation. Many of them were anxious to the point where they wanted to kill. The Moon Palace's people's faces became snow-white. They were incomparably terrified. If something happened to Jianghu, the Moon Palace wouldn't be able to raise their heads. Right now, it was already night time. A divine moon hung in the sky. The distant black Great Sea rose and fell, the island covered in a hazy expanse. Auspicious multicolored light surged within the goddess furnace. Jianghu's clothes were whiter than snow as she flew out gracefully. That type of beauty immediately made heaven and earth lose color, the sun and moon becoming dim without light. All other beautiful things paled in comparison. A Moon Palace senior elder operated his heavenly eye and examined Jianghu. Then, he released a breath of air and said, "Jianghu is unharmed. She has made it through this tribulation and will be able to verify the Tao in the future." The other undying inheritances naturally had peerless experts here as well. Their divine eyes were like lightning. They also discovered that her body was unharmed and unharmed. They all revealed expressions of shock. Fairy E is stunning from past to present. She is the first person to come out after crossing the tribulation of human desire. Many people from the younger generation immediately cheered. Jianghu was the world's #1 beauty, a goddess in many people's hearts. At this moment, they all released a breath of relief and let go of the boulder in their hearts. Fairy Jianghu has looked down on the past and present. Even the goddess furnace couldn't do anything to her. She is incomparably holy and pure. Even the heavens can't bear to let her be harmed. Fairy E is as pure as ice and as clean as jade, the world's #1 beauty. Even that evil furnace can't blaspheme her. Everyone cried out in surprise and praise. They were all incomparably excited. Jianghu's charm was evident. Motherf *Ker. Li Tian cursed. He was as angry as he could be. He originally thought that the fairy would turn into a woman of desire, which would make the Moon Palace lose face. He didn't expect to witness a miracle. He was the inheritor of human desire, so he could naturally see that the other party was truly unharmed. Yi Fan flew out leisurely, which surprised everyone. However, they didn't think too much about it because he was with Li Tian's group, so he could naturally come out unscathed. At this moment, people were exclaiming and praising Jianghu everywhere. She was the holy goddess in many people's hearts. Her snow-white clothes fluttered, and she was like the reincarnation of the Moon Palace's fairy. She was so lively that the divine moon in the sky seemed to have been created just for her, and the moonlight flowed to serve as a foil to her. Jianghu was slender, and her black hair was as shiny as silk. She had a slender waist, and there was a red mole between her eyebrows that gave off a rosy glow, which added to her endless divine beauty. Yi Fan revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He stood in the distance and watched everything quietly. Li Tian's expression changed. He squinted at him and said, "Why do I feel that you are mocking me, you bastard? You seem to be saying that the goddess you worship was once my woman? You think too much. But find a chance to release the Moon Palace and return it to Jianghu," Yi Fan said. "You bastard!" Li Tian cursed. Yi Fan ignored his curse and flew down. He landed not far from the golden Fusang divine tree and bowed to the green-clothed old man. "Senior, I sent you back to your homeland. Where is the creation you gave me?" Many people were shocked. They stared at the green-clothed old man, the stone coffin, and Yi Fan. What did this mean? Homeland. This was the place where the ancient Sun Emperor passed away. Chapter 721. It was already deep into the night. A jade plate hung high in the firmament. In the distance, the black ocean was rising and falling. The island was covered in a layer of white and hazy mist. On the Pill Cliff were strange rocks, and the old medicine faced the moon and exhaled multicolored clouds. In Tang Valley, the 6 Zhang Golden Fusang Undying God tree shone resplendently, illuminating the night sky. Under the tree, there was a green-clothed elder standing alone. He was filled with perplexity and didn't reply to Yi Fan. In front of him, there was an ancient stone coffin. It was filled with a strange aura, and everything on the island became strange because of it. Above the golden Fusang tree sat a group of ancient palaces. They were faintly discernible, towering, grand, and imposing. The green-clothed old man seemed to have lost his soul. His entire person was muddle-headed, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of psyche power. He stood there like a piece of wood. "Senior!" Yi Fan raised his voice. Facing the single-armed old man, he took a few more steps forward. In front of the Fusang divine tree, raging flames surged. Sun Saint force circulated and the stone coffin was terrifying. Not a single cultivator could approach it. It was unknown how many people had designs on the undying tree, but they could only stop. In particular, the Golden Crow race had approached several times, but they had been forced back by the aura of the one-armed old man and the stone coffin. It was like a dormant giant beast that could attack at any time, so no one dared to act rashly. "What nonsense are you talking about?" some people said coldly. They saw Yi Fan walk forward, getting closer to the green-clothed elder. They were all afraid that he would really obtain something. "We don't care about anything else. This Fusang divine tree belongs to the Golden Crow race. No one can have any ideas about it," said an old Golden Crow. Meanwhile, on the side, the 8 crown princes of the Golden Crow race all revealed killing intent. They surrounded Yi Fan, wanting to trap him within and immediately kill him. Li Tian and Yen Ishi flew over on the goddess furnace. They sneered in the air and looked down on them. Lu Ya and the 2 old Golden Crows descended with the black-winged flowing gold hoe in their hands. The divine son of Taiyin and Taoist Senkei also flew over with ancient sacred weapons to help. The people of the Moon Palace surrounded Yi Qingwu to celebrate her return and did not take any action. As for the other major forces, such as the Human King Hall and the Ziwei God Dynasty, they watched coldly from the sidelines and temporarily did not express their stance. The atmosphere at the scene was tense. The battle had lasted for a long time just now. It was only because of Yi Qingwu's escape that the situation became less tense. Now, the flames of war were going to rise to the sky again. Of course, there were always battles going on in the ancient palace. Most of the experts were gathered there, and they were still fighting. Everyone wanted to obtain the human race ancient emperor's inheritance. Now, the flames of war had finally reached the bottom of the tree of immortality. A golden crow silently took action, turning into a streak of golden light and attacking Yi Fan. The Golden Crow race's princes have taken action. Someone cried out in alarm. This clan had 10 princes, all of them sect master-level figures, flourishing to the extreme, shocking past and present. There wasn't a single great powers master who could have this type of terrifying heirs. The Golden Crow race's 8th prince took action. This was a 20-something-year-old youth, his cultivation deep and immeasurable. A streak of Li flame flew out, burning the heavens, covering Yi Fan below. However, what people didn't expect was that Yi Fan didn't dodge at all. He allowed the flames to touch his body and bathed in them. He wasn't injured in the slightest. He operated the ancient sun scripture and walked forward with large steps, approaching the green-clothed elders step by step. Not even the true sun flame that seeped out from the divine tree could injure him temporarily. The Golden Crow race is nothing more than this. Someone sneered in the dark. This was clearly instigating, wanting them to deal with Yi Fan with all of their strength, not letting him advance smoothly. It was because no one knew what kind of relationship he had with the single-armed elder. The Golden Crow race is known to be the descendants of immortals, but in my opinion, this isn't the case. The 9th prince was killed by someone, and now, the great enemy is right in front of us. Yet, Chila! A streak of sun flame essence flew out, interrupting the hidden person's words. What replaced it was a miserable cry. That instigator was immediately burned into ashes. The Golden Crow race's 2nd prince only revealed a cold smile. Everything he did was insignificant to him, but it startled everyone. Heavens, this is a strand of sun flame essence produced when the Sun Saint force is operated to the extreme. He actually refined this type of thing. Not only did he find the location of a powerful figure, but he also burned it to ashes with just a raise of his hand. This Golden Crow race's 2nd prince is too terrifying. Everyone said that the Golden Crow race's 10 princes were all powerful, and Lu Ya was the strongest among them. However, after seeing the 2nd prince summon the sun flame essence, many people became extremely doubtful. This kind of sun flame essence was enough to burn a peerless sect master to death, and ordinary powerful figures would find it difficult to resist. Just how terrifying was such a person? Many people stared at the 2nd prince, but he remained calm. The fact that the crown prince was the leader of the crowd made them all the more fearful. Everyone step back. We must kill this person today. He dared to kill a direct descendant of the Golden Crow race. Not even the resurrection of the ancient Sun Emperor can save him. A Golden Crow prince said. They spread out and surrounded the Fusang Golden Tree and Yi Fan in the center. Your Golden Crow race's appetite is too big. You clearly want to take this immortal tree for yourself. Someone in the dark sneered. This tree is the dwelling place of our Golden Crow race's ancestor. Is there any doubt about this? A Golden Crow prince asked. What proof do you have that this is your ancestor's divine tree? The person in the dark sneered. That's the proof, Luya said in the sky. He pointed at the lush golden leaves where a crow's nest could be vaguely seen. It's useless to say these things. The fact that a golden crow once built a nest on it doesn't prove anything. Everyone knows that the Fusang divine tree accompanied the ancient Sun Emperor to prove his Tao. It belongs to the human race, a living fossil from the human king hall said. The human king hall was one of the most ancient inheritances of the human race. Their statement at this time caused the atmosphere to change. The 10th prince of the Golden Crow race stood out. He was the youngest and could be said to be full of youthful vigor. He bluntly said, in all kinds of myths and legends, Fusang and the Golden Crow are inseparable. My race even suspects that the ancient Sun Emperor is the ancestor of our Golden Crow race. Ah! Li Tian laughed and looked down with the goddess furnace in his hand. Why don't you say that the founder of the Human King Hall, the founder of the Moon Palace, the ancestor of the Ziwei Divine Dynasty, and the old man of the Eight Visions Palace are all incarnations of your ancestor? Who exactly was the owner of the Fusang Divine Tree? This caused everyone here to be on their guard. All the major powers wanted to snatch it, but everyone knew that no single race would be able to monopolize it. Everyone could only divide it among themselves. In the end, it was only a matter of how much they could obtain. They were acting tough now so that they could obtain more in the future. I think we can talk about this later. The Crown Prince of the Golden Crow race spoke. He was very calm and was over 50 years old. His golden hair draped over his shoulders. He was an old Taoist priest. That's right. Now, everyone, please watch from the sidelines. Let us deal with the greatest enemy of our race first. The second prince of the Golden Crow race nodded as he stared at Yi Fan. If you guys want to kill me, walk over here first. Yi Fan turned his head and spoke. At this moment, he had already arrived before the green-robed old man. Everyone was greatly shocked. The stone coffin laid there horizontally. Some people tried to use their holy weapons to attack but were all blocked. Yi Fan was fearless. Naturally, it was because of the rusted copper. The two ancient swords seemed to have sensed the abnormality of this place and didn't fly into his sea of reincarnation. The stone coffin was terrifying. Every strand of energy seeping out was enough to destroy a peerless character. It was quietly displayed just like that, incomparably mysterious. Everyone, it's time to attack. Someone from the Golden Crow race shouted. They had a bad feeling about this. Yi Fan had actually approached the green-robed old man without fear of the terrifying pressure. This was not a good sign. The others were also astonished. Yi Fan arrived before the tree and allowed the essence of the sun to pour over him. He was unharmed at all since the two pieces of bronze had helped him block the attack. Lay down the formation patterns and kill him here. The Crown Prince shouted. Although he was over 50 years old, he still possessed an incomparable sharpness. His Taoist robes fluttered in the wind while his golden hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were extremely cold. Boom! Apart from Luya, the other 8 princes all stood in specific positions. Mysterious patterns extended out from under their feet, shaking the heaven and earth. What? This is the ancient divine formation of the Golden Crow race. Each of the 8 golden crows held an ancient formation flag. It was the work of a saint. They wanted to kill him without giving Yi Fan any chance. At the same time, they were planning and taking action to seize the divine tree. They actually laid down these divine runes. This is an archaic killing formation. Even a supreme divine monarch would have a grievance after being trapped inside. Everyone was frightened. This was the Golden Crow race's sect-guarding formation. It had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Who would have thought that it would be laid down for Yi Fan? Boom! An ocean-like power surged violently. Black clouds roiled and demonic clouds filled the sky, drowning this place in an instant. The 8 banners were as black as ink. They were like 8 archaic demonic gods. They were incomparably terrifying as they towered there with a might capable of traversing 3,000 worlds. In the blink of an eye, this archaic killing formation emitted a terrifying radiance. A golden figure appeared and stood proudly in the sky devouring black clouds. He was incomparably tall and towered above the demonic clouds. His eyes shot out several dozen li of golden light as he blinked. That's the Golden Crow race's great sage. This archaic killing formation is too terrifying. It actually summoned the Golden Crow race's great sage's avatar. A terrifying aura was released, causing many people in Tang Valley to collapse on the spot. They couldn't stand it all. That kind of wild and untamed might, as if he was the only supreme existence in the world, made everyone tremble in fear. Only the great powers with holy weapons could maintain their calm and not go limp. The others couldn't move. What is the Golden Crow race trying to do? Everyone was extremely shocked. Was it to deal with a single Yi Fan? This was truly making a big fuss over a minor issue. This was the Golden Crow race's sect-guarding divine formation. It was enough to kill a supreme divine monarch. This wasn't some imitated ancient banner, but the true archaic killing formation's original banner. It was actually laid down here today. The Golden Crow race wants to swallow the propping mulberry divine tree alone. Someone shouted. Li Tian and Yen Ishi expressed their stance with their actions. They were the first to take action, taking out their goddess furnace and blasting it forward. Everyone, I can assure you that this is only to kill Yi Fan. Please wait and see. Lu Ye spoke at the right time. He took out the Blackwing Golden Centipede, and the 2 old golden crows behind him also helped to resist the goddess furnace. Originally, the others wanted to take action, but now they stopped. Boom! In the sky, dark clouds rolled and demonic mist filled the sky. The world was pitch black as if it was the archaic era. A golden figure stood in the clouds with terrifying eyes that were even more dazzling than the sun. He had already taken action. He took a step forward and wanted to suppress Yi Fan to death. The world-defying might he released shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yi Fan wasn't surprised. He stood calmly in front of the one-armed old man without a trace of fear. He secretly transmitted his voice to Jianghu. If I return the moon tower to you, can you cooperate with the goddess furnace to kill the Golden Crow race's 10th prince and elder in one attack? That's impossible. The Blackwing Golden Centipede is a divine weapon. That archaic killing formation is even more terrifying. Jianghu was like a fairy under the divine moon. Then forget it, Yi Fan said. Who am I, who am I? The one-armed old man asked himself. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He suddenly raised his head and hugged the stone coffin. The Golden Crow war god in the sky was covered in flowing light. He stood in the dark clouds and suppressed the 9 heavens. However, when facing the divine consciousness and the stone coffin, he became incomparably solemn and didn't move forward. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I am the sole ruler. I sweep through the 3,000 worlds and reverse the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Sun Saint Emperor. The one-armed old man said slowly while hugging the stone coffin. At this moment, it was as if the 3 worlds and 6 paths of reincarnation were shaken. The vast black North Sea's waves struck the sky and all the clouds collapsed. Chapter 722. The one-armed old man's green robes fluttered in the wind. Although he was neither heroic nor vigorous, at this time, there was a kind of matchless elegance that could suppress 3,000 worlds and transcend the ages. In Tang Valley, divine radiance rushed into the heavens. Once the seal was lifted, the entire island seemed to have come back to life. Its aura surged like a bull, causing the stars to move and the 10,000 worlds to shake. The green-clothed old man stood under the divine tree. The ancient Fusong tree rustled as if it was crying for him. The tree swayed with golden light that fell on his body. If it was anyone else, they would have turned into ashes, but the old man was bathed in it, appearing even more divine. The ancient Sun Emperor. An unexpected identity, a title that could crush the ancient heavens, a great emperor of the human race. Many people were trembling involuntarily. They kowtowed in worship, unable to control themselves at all. This was a fear that came from the soul. Thump, thump. On the island, the sound of people kneeling rose and fell as they trembled. The ancient emperor was too far away from the future, yet he could still reappear in the world. This was a miracle. Yi Fan was already mentally prepared, but he still couldn't help but be surprised. He met this person on another ancient star, and it really was a great emperor of the human race. After death, his will didn't disappear and wanted to return to his homeland. The Golden Crow race's ancient killing formation was originally targeted at Yi Fan, but it also trapped the ancient Sun Emperor inside. Dark clouds rolled and black mist overflowed into the sky. A golden great sage appeared there. The green-clothed old man's divine might was awe-inspiring. His eyes shot out two beams of golden light that cut open the sky in an instant. It was incomparably gorgeous and terrifying, as if it could cut down the stars in outer space. Clang, clang, 8 sounds shook the world. His gaze cut down the 8 banners from the hands of the Golden Crow race's great sage. The banners fluttered and fell into the dust. This method shocked the world. A ray of light destroyed the Golden Crow race's sect-guarding divine formation. It could be said that it was unprecedented and incomparable. Everyone was stunned. All of this was too unreal. How could a person be so powerful? He didn't make a move, but a ray of light swept across the ages. It really is the Sun Saint Emperor. Everyone in the Tang Valley was trembling. Only an ancient emperor could have such a divine ability, even if he was only left with a strand of his divine sense. The hearts of the people of the Golden Crow clan were almost shattered. That was a formation flag made by the great sage, a priceless divine object. Just like the divine weapon, the black-winged flowing gold centipede, it was the most precious treasure of the Golden Crow clan. Their hearts ached to death. The faces of the Golden Crow race's 8 crown princes were snow-white, and they even felt like dying. This was equivalent to destroying their foundation. He was without a doubt an ancient emperor of the human race. Throughout the ages, only a handful of people could do this. The green-robed old man did not continue attacking. As he bathed in the golden light from the propping mulberry tree, he became absent-minded. He looked at the sky and the ground, his eyes filled with boundless vicissitudes. No one spoke. The Tang Valley was very quiet. Only the sound of the golden leaves fluttering in the wind and the undulating sound of the distant black ocean could be heard. Suddenly, the green-clothed old man's body shook. Ripples spread out from his body, turning into a black light that revolved around him like a black sun. This was a strange transformation. It wasn't the legendary Sun Saint force, but rather a pitch-black darkness. He had turned into a black sun. Be careful, this is the will of a deity. Someone was very calm. He secretly transmitted his voice, reminding everyone. These words made many people's hair stand on end. This thing was too evil. According to the legends, it was terrifying to the extreme and could even restrain the saints of the human race. The will of a deity was said to be formed from the evil will of a dead deity. Just how powerful was the ancient Sun Emperor? He also produced this kind of thing that was comparable to a deity. In the past, the Sun Saint Emperor looked down on the ages, brave and benevolent. The more he was like this, the more evil his divine will was. Someone warned loudly. Everyone's hair stood on end. This creature was formed from a strand of evil will. It was far from being comparable to the great ancient emperors, but it was still comparable to saints. Boom! Luya rushed forward with the black-winged golden centipede in hand. Taoist Sankei followed up with the longevity halberd. Taiyin deity and a few other experts also pressed down with their sacred weapons. Below, the 8 crown princes of the Golden Crow race felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. They picked up the 8 broken banners and quickly retreated. The people from the Human King Hall, Ziwei Divine Dynasty, and the other great powers also retreated, staying far away from the Fusang Divine Tree. No one dared to surround it again. The few people with sacred weapons also hurriedly retreated. They didn't want to attack the divine will, but only wanted to support their own people as they retreated. Under the Fusang Divine Tree, the green-clothed old man was surrounded by a black halo. It was filled with a demonic power that overlooked the common people. It was as if his roar could shatter the ages. He hugged the stone coffin. Only Yi Fan stood in front of him. The others all retreated far away, trembling with fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. This wasn't the ancient Sun Emperor. This was the awakening of his evil will. In an instant, the entire Black Sea trembled and extended towards the continent. A completely opposite power. It was originally a golden sun, but now it has turned into a black sun. Everyone's hearts pounded. No one dared to act recklessly, and they were all watching nervously. Suddenly, in the center of this black sun, the eyes of the one-armed old man shot out two beams of black light. It was as if he was startled by something. He turned around abruptly and stared at Yi Fan. To be more precise, he stared at the two pieces of old bronze that were mottled with rust on Yi Fan's shoulders. The black light in his eyes didn't blink at all. It's broken." He seemed to be very shocked and almost petrified. He stood there motionlessly for a very long time like a clay sculpture. The green-clothed old man stood there silently for a long time. The black sun around his body slowly dimmed, and the black halo gradually disappeared. His eyes also became clear. "I'm not the Sun Saint Emperor. I'm just a wisp of his evil will, not even 1/10,000th of his power." He lowered his head and muttered to himself. He understood his past and present life, and he knew the past. The Fusang divine tree sprinkled down divine light, baptizing his evil body and gradually making him brighter. A golden halo circled around his body. It was very different from before, and there was finally a trace of the human ancient emperor's aura. His mind gradually became clear, and the evil would no longer be evil. The deity's eyes became clear as he stared at the two pieces of green bronze. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and he didn't say anything. Finally, he stood in front of Fusang and placed the stone coffin on the ground. He slowly pushed the coffin open and looked inside. Boom! The ancient emperor's aura rushed out, causing the entire ocean to surge and scatter all the clouds in the sky. This was an indescribable aura. Strands of it pierced through the past, present, and future, suppressing the 3,000 worlds and reversing the 6 paths of reincarnation. Everyone knelt down. Even though Yi Fan had old bronze's protection, he couldn't help but feel suffocated. His heart palpitated and he almost fell backward. The Saint Emperor has passed away, and his corpse has disappeared. Who touched him? The deity muttered in shock. At this moment, only Yi Fan had the chance to look into the stone coffin. The others were trembling and prostrating on the ground. There was no corpse of the human ancient emperor in the coffin. There was only a piece of human skin that emitted a dazzling golden light like the sun. All the terrifying fluctuations originated from it. There were a few drops of golden blood on it, as if it had just been peeled off not long ago. Where did the human Saint Emperor's corpse go? Why was there only a piece of skin left? Yi Fan was shaken. He immediately thought of the undying heavenly emperor. When he opened his coffin, he only saw a piece of skin. The undying heavenly emperor and the Sun Saint Emperor were supreme beings of the ancient era. They surpassed the gods, and only they had the will of a deity. Why was it like this? Why were their remains like this after they passed away? They were too similar, and they almost walked the same path. The green-robed old man kowtowed to the coffin with incomparable sincerity. After a long time, he stood up and closed the coffin. He turned to Yi Fan and said, "I could have given you the Fusang divine tree, but now I can't. I can only give you a divine branch that is 10 feet long." Clang. The Fusang divine tree dropped a golden branch that was over 10 feet long. It was covered in golden leaves that were so dazzling that it was impossible to look straight at it. In the distance, the eyes of many people turned red. Their blood vessels surged and they were incomparably moved. They wanted nothing more than to rush over, but no one dared to act recklessly. Yi Fan sacrificed the cauldron and collected the golden branch. This was the most foundational item. It contained the essence of extreme yang flames and was an unmatched divine object. It was hard to obtain even a single leaf with millions and millions of gold. The green-robed old man's body became faint. Before disappearing, he arrived in front of Yi Fan and extended a finger to carve characters on the space between his brows. Each stroke was extremely slow. No more, no less. A total of 9 ancient characters were engraved on his immortal platform. Every single one of them was sparkling and translucent, eternal and undying. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He was incomparably moved. These were Emperor's characters, characters that only ancient great emperors understood. There were also 9 ancient characters in the Tao scriptures. He had studied them for more than 10 years but still hadn't completely understood them. Senior, please carve a few more characters. I will help you carry them forward and illuminate the 3,000 worlds. Yi Fan's skin was extremely thick as he spoke. 9 characters are enough. The Tao needs to be walked by oneself. The green-robed old man was as calm as an ancient well. In the end, he hugged the stone coffin and sat cross-legged under the Fusang tree. Prove the Tao here, bury your bones here. Fate rises and falls, everything is gone. The green-robed old man began to transform into the Tao. His body slowly became faint and gradually disappeared. Everyone knew that the last strand of evil left behind by the human race's sacred emperor was about to disappear. Only the undying Fusang tree remained in this world. This made people sigh. The great Tao was emotionless. Even the ancient great emperors were merely dust in history. Boom! A violent tremor rang out. The entire island began to sink as the Black Ocean surged over. The Tang Valley is about to disappear. People cried out in alarm as they flew into the sky. There were also some who rushed towards the undying tree. However, the ancient coffin lay in disarray and they couldn't approach it at all. Moreover, the golden divine tree was also surging with terrifying saint energy. Yi Fan discovered that he was stuck in front of the divine tree. He sank together with the ancient coffin and disappeared into the depths of the northern sea. The eye of the sea, it's the eye of the northern sea. Many people were alarmed. A huge black hole appeared in the sea and swallowed the Tang Valley, sinking it into eternal darkness. Even the golden Fusang tree could only emit a weak light from within. No one dared to follow. Legend had it that the eye of the northern sea could devour heaven and earth and refine gods and devils. It was a place where the ancient great emperors suppressed those who had committed great crimes. Bastard Yi, why aren't you running? Li Tian shouted. I want to run, but I can't move. Yi Fan smiled helplessly in the darkness. If anything happened to Yi Fan, Jianghu would also be implicated. She frowned slightly as the red mole between her brows glowed with multicolored light. She was like a divine moon, incomparably pure and holy. I won't die. Be a good goddess and wait for my return, Yi Fan said. Boom! With a final sound, the Tang Valley completely sank into the eye of the sea and disappeared from this world. In the darkness, a golden divine tree took root on the stone coffin and flowed with a holy light. Not far away, Yi Fan sat cross-legged and silently cultivated. He comprehended what he had learned and refined that golden branch. Is this the eye of the northern sea? The place where the ancient great emperors suppressed those who had committed great crimes.